Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The meeting is now live streaming.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome everyone to Breckland Council's virtual planning committee meeting for today. This meeting will be live streamed on the council's social media channels and will be recorded. Once you join the meeting, please remain on mute, which avoids any unnecessary background noise disturbing the meeting. Controls to mute and unmute are displayed on your screen. At the end of this presentation, Julie Britton, a Democratic Service Officer, will take the roll call to confirm attendance. Could you please ensure that you unmute your microphone before speaking to confirm attendance, and then mute your microphone, as no response will assume that a planning committee member is not in the meeting. Each application has an allotted time slot. There may be an occasion when the time runs over, and therefore attendees will remain in the waiting room until such time their application is ready to be heard. If for any reason the discussion finishes earlier than the time slot given, the meeting will be paused. I will work through the agenda, inviting the ward member, applicant, etc. to introduce and speak on each item as appropriate. Attendees for each application will be held in the waiting room until such time their application is heard. Ward members in attendance who have registered to speak on an application will be asked to speak last. A speaker will be given a maximum of 3 minutes, or in the case of more than one objector or supporter wishing to speak, up to a maximum of 3 minutes in total will need to be shared. Where an applicant and their agent intend to speak, the 3 minutes is split between the two. Other than when speaking, speakers will remain on mute. If you try to speak when not invited to, you may be required to leave the meeting. I will then check with a Democratic Services Officer in attendance if there are any members who wish to ask a question. Please do this clearly by raising your hand, and please remain on mute until invited to speak. Members with a declaration should indicate this by raising their hand. The Democratic Services Officer in attendance will invite the councillor to unmute and declare their interest to the chairman. This councillor will, at the relevant item, be removed if needed from the meeting and placed in the virtual waiting room until discussion and voting on that item has completed, after which they will return to the meeting. Once the application has been discussed and all questions answered, the Democratic Service Officer will then invite each councillor to speak in turn. If any member should experience IT issues during the presentation and does not ask for it to be repeated, they will be unable to vote on the application. For each item, all members will need to confirm that they have heard the application in full before the vote is taken. A roll call will be given for each member to cast their vote either for, against, or abstain. Please can I remind members that they will need to unmute themselves when responding. Julie, can I hand over you to please take the roll call?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkin.
Here.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Here.
Councillor Atterwill.
Here.
Councillor Bowes. Here. Councillor Marion Chapman-Allen.
Here.
Councillor Clark.
Here.
Councillor Crane.
Here.
Councillor Dale.
Here.
Councillor Dygan.
Here.
Councillor Gilbert.
Here.
Councillor Kybird.
Here.
And Councillor Keith Martin.
Here.
Thank you, Chairman. All present.
Thank you very much. Okay, our agenda for today, item 1 on the minutes. I'm going to take it that you all agree with the minutes, unless you would like to raise a hand and clarify an issue that you may have. No. Okay, I'm going to take them as agreed then. Thank you very much. Number 2, apologies and substitutions. Do we have any at all?
Chairman, there are no apologies and no substitutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 3, declarations of interest and all representations received. I will take them as each item is raised. Number 4, chairman's announcements. No, I haven't got anything to say. Nothing interesting, unless you've been told beforehand. Item 5, request to defer applications. Rebecca, do we have any at all?
None today, thank you.
Okay, and while you're still on items of urgent business, item 6.
None today, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, terrific. We're going to take items 7 and 8 because they're going to be very brief and it will be extended by whether you wish to ask questions or not. So item 7 is the local plan update, and we have Simon Wood here to present that today. Over to you, please, Simon.
Thank you, Chairman. There's nothing at the moment to update on the local plan. We're still having discussions internally in order to ascertain the timetables going forward, the work involved, and as soon as we do have details, we will bring them to members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gilbert, please.
Thank you, Chairman. As I understand it, the review which we should be undertaking has got to be completed and sent to the Minister by the end of November next year, which is not that far away considering the amount of work we've got to do. What would happen if we miss that deadline?
At the moment, if we miss that deadline, having regard to policy INF 03 within the Brecon local plan, the policies that relate to each of the 4 areas specified within it would be deemed to be out of date. That doesn't mean they're irrelevant and they wouldn't be given weight, but their weight may be reduced in any decision.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Atwell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Simon, for your brief report. I ask the question every month, but I'm going to change it slightly this month. Could you please, for the next meeting, my understanding was you previously said that officers are working on various elements of the local plan. So could we have a brief report as to what exactly they are working on at the moment? I know that there's other things that have been in abeyance, but you had previously said that there is work being carried out. That'd be appreciated if we could be advised what that work is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That's noted.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, that's fine. We move on to item 8, which is the Brownfield Land Register, and we have Andy Darcy with us today to present that. Over to you, please, Andy.
Thank you, Chair. The report before you sets out the update on the Brownfield Land Register. The purpose of registers is to provide up-to-date information on sites that local authorities consider are appropriate for residential development on brownfield sites. Registers comprise 2 parts. Part 1 is all brownfield sites that are considered to be appropriate for residential development, and Part 2, those sites where the council have given further consideration and essentially granted permission in principle. Registers are published, they're in the public domain, and they are made available on the website. Local authorities are required to publish and maintain such registers. In determining whether a site is suitable for inclusion on the register, local planning authorities have to have regard to the development plan, in our case the adopted local plan, and any other material relevant national policies and advice. In terms of this year's update, in last year's report there were 14 sites on the register. We've assessed those and we have recommended that 3 are removed: Lancaster Avenue, Station Yard, North Elmham, Hornington, Fabrication Services, Kensington Forge, because those sites are deemed to be, well, they are under construction, therefore they come off the register. In the last 12 months, we have had 2 applications for new sites to be included on the register at Larwood Way, Shipton, and Yard Brown Farm in Mattershall. These have been assessed and the outcome of that is in the appendix to the report. And because their inclusion would be contrary to the adopted local plan, it is recommended they are not included in the register. No sites are proposed to be moved from Part 1 to Part 2 of the register, which leaves 11 sites remaining on the register. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Andy Darcy, please? Councillor Gilbert. and then
Thank
Councillor
you.
Dygan.
Just a quick one. I heard Andy say that these are sites which would be considered for residential development. Under the brownfield sites, are there brownfield sites that could be for non-residential development, maybe for any outdoor space, open spaces, or anything other than residential?
There could be. Brownfield sites could be used for, as you say, a number of different uses. The actual brownfield land register, which is what this report is about, is specifically aimed at those which are suitable for residential development under the government approach towards the register.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dygan, please.
Sort of two questions. First part is, are we still assessed? Do we have to send stats off to Westminster still on how many developments are going on brownfield sites? That's the first question. Perhaps just answer that one there.
Yes.
Yeah. The second one is just puzzlement of a couple of sites in Dereham which aren't on the register, because we've just given full planning permission. I know it's a very old site, the old Cranes Park site on just behind where was it, home base. Just given that 39 things, but there hasn't, as far as I know, started construction, unless it started just recently construction. And then there's a site on Westfield Road in Dereham, which is the old Jewson site, which has been, I see, been cleared, but I know that's not on the list. And both of, well, the first one I'm surprised wasn't, hasn't always been on that. And the second one I'd have thought should be put on the site, because even though it's an old commercial site, it's in the middle of a residential area, very close to where we've recently given a number of, residential permissions.
Historically, the original register was prepared as a result of the sites that were identified under the original Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment. And then it is maintained only where sites are notified to the council. The council doesn't go around the whole district seeking to identify specific brownfield sites. It's more of a reactive process. So clearly, if any sites are proposed to the council for inclusion, they would then be assessed under those criteria. So I can only assume that those sites have not been notified to us formally through the brownfield land register process.
Right, you are. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Clark, please.
Just a point for clarification for Councillor Dygan. As the ward member that includes that site, I know that there was a long period in which the Section 106 had to be sorted out. There are issues around ownership of different parts in terms of a ditch and stuff there, which will be sorted out. But as far as the site's concerned, it's been approved for permission, and the sooner it's cleared up, and we've got 39 houses on there, the better. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Before I move on, can I just ask Councillor Chapman-Allen, I think you've got two devices in operation. We're looking at you. Oh, we were looking at you. We're looking at you directly on now from that device. So can you shut one down, or have you got it shut down now?
I'm trying, Chairman. I'm having PC difficulties, but I'll shut down the one that's giving problems. Thank you.
Good idea. Okay, it's just apparently causing some feedback, having two operational items on one issue. Okay, thanks. Okay, so next item is item 9, deferred applications, which we've got none for today. So we're going to move to item 10, which is our schedule of applications, and we've got. Yes.
Sorry, there were some recommendations on the agenda item 8 on the brownfield.
Oh, I do apologise. Yes, there were. I haven't got my bit in front of me. Who was Andy? He hasn't gone, has he? I just tried to get rid of him. Andy, would you like to put forward your recommendations, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Just got it. Sorry, my computer's just playing up.
Chairman, would you like me to read the recommendations?
Yeah,
out?
Please, yeah, please. I can't get through to mine either at the moment.
No, I've just found them.
Oh, you
Thank
found
you,
them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy.
That members agree to the revised Brownfield Land Register to be placed on the council's website. Members agree the individual recommendations regarding each of the sites on the revised Brownfield Land Register, and members agree to delegate powers to the Strategic Planning Manager to amend, remove sites on the Brownfield Land Register where they no longer meet the criteria set out in the regulations.
Wow. Oh, pick which one you fancy, which flavour you would like. I do apologise. I'm just having major problems with mine as well because I've got a separate item on this. I'm at a loss. I'm looking for guidance off someone, please.
If we take them on block, Mr. Chairman, we all take an individual vote on block. Those recommendations on block.
Yeah, let's take them on block then if no one wants to pick anything out of that. So would you want to take through the various members, Julie, please?
We can do this with a show of hands.
Yes,
for, against,
I'm
and
happy with that.
abstentions, yeah.
Okay, show of hands then that we'll accept them on block, please. Show of hands.
Thank you, Chairman. That looks unanimous.
Anyone against that? Because Claire, I'm not sure if I saw your hand up. Oh, you did. Okay, thank you. That was a quick one. Okay, thanks very much. That's approved down on block. Thank you very much for that. Apologies for that. It's got a bit messed up with equipment here. Okay, we're moving on then, which if Julia let me, is to item 10, schedule of applications.
Chairman.
And we're oh no, you're doing it again. Go.
Sorry, Chairman. Is the deferred applications? I had something to announce.
Did you?
On agenda item 9, the deferred applications, the Beeston application, the second one on agenda item page number 36, it was actually withdrawn, so I'm going to remove that one for the next meeting.
Sorry, yeah, that's already had that as withdrawn, so I just left that. I left that to wallow. Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to try and move on to item 10, schedule of applications. We're starting in order today on 10A, which is at Beeston, 3PL 2020-1187F. We should have Elizabeth Gould, who's a supporter, Mr. and Mrs. Scott, the applicant, Councillor Mark Kittle-Morris, who's the ward rep, and we also should have John Moulton, but he's not arrived yet, so we may proceed without him. But we'll sort that out. I'm going to hand over to Lisa, please, the officer who's the case officer for this item.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so this application proposes a 4-bed agricultural workers dwelling and outbuilding on land within the Beeston parish. The site falls outside of the Beeston settlement boundary. However, Policy HAL 13 allows for rural workers dwellings in the countryside subject to a number of criteria. As detailed in the officer's report, given the scale of the farming enterprise outlined, which comprises of both crops and livestock farming, and the fact that it's not considered reasonable to expect the current owners of the existing farmhouse to leave, that the need for the rural workers dwelling is accepted. However, HAL 13 requires a number of other factors to be met for a new dwelling to be considered appropriate. And for the following reasons, the proposal is not considered to meet the aims of this policy. Whilst the scale of the dwelling itself is considered acceptable to meet the needs of a family, the proposed outbuilding is considered excessive, particularly taking into account that existing buildings within the holding could be used to house any farming equipment as it's supposed it is currently, with the applicants currently living in Dereham and having to travel. The full holding covers a large area within the Beeston parish, and some of the holding is sited within a closer proximity to existing development and built form, which could reduce the impact of the dwelling and the need for such a large outbuilding, as existing buildings could be utilised for this purpose. And the proposed dwelling has been sited in a standalone position, a significant distance from any other development and built form, and as such relates as an unwarranted intrusion into the open countryside. And whilst it could be argued that the dwelling will be screened by existing trees and hedgerows, this in itself isn't considered sufficient to justify or outweigh the wider landscape character harm. In terms of the design of the dwelling, it's considered appropriate and acceptable and represents a traditional Norfolk rural farmhouse. And with regard to amenity, highway safety, ecology, contamination and tree impact, the effect of the development on these factors are all considered acceptable, subject to control by conditions where necessary. But on balance, the proposal isn't considered acceptable in principle for the reasons highlighted and is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Get rid of that screen. Thank you. Okay, we've got our first speaker is Elizabeth Gould, who's a supporter. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to speak. It's very interesting to listen to the officer's report, because it seems that mainly the problem is that the outbuilding is considered excessive. Well, if anybody knows what it's like to live in a rural area, there's an awful lot of theft goes on in rural areas, and why would you not want to secure items that you've got near your property? And to be able to secure away a couple of vehicles, a quad bike, and maybe any spraying equipment you have on site would seem wholly sensible to me, rather than excessive. And if you actually go back to the plan, you'll see that the development site is actually 1 field away from the nearest housing. To me, it makes sense to put the property on a piece of land that is not suitable for agriculture. It's previously filled land that perhaps in 100 years would be great for farming, but I very much doubt the applicant and possibly his children and even grandchildren will be there to farm that land in 100 years' time. Yes, they could put that house closer to the actual farm homestead, we'll call it, even though it is on the farm. They could put it closer to the homestead, but there again, no farmer in their right mind is going to build on a piece of land that is their best agricultural land that crops the best. It just does not make financial sense for anybody. To me, the sense is you put it on a piece of land that is of little agricultural value, which then enables you to be much more profitable in what you do farming. Another reason I support this application fully is this is a local lad born in the village. We for years have tried to get people to be able to live in their villages. His actual job is in this village. This man's born there, went to the school next door to the house he was brought up to live in, and he wants to farm there and take over this farm and run this professionally and profitably. At the end of the day, we live in an economy where we should be supporting our local people and supporting our rural life, and not having to travel miles to get food for people. And this is a man who actually wants to do this. He actually wants to be living, breathing the rural life without having to commute every day into Dereham and back again, and into Dereham and back again, because farming isn't just 9 till 5. Farming is 24 hours a day. Farming can be spraying at 8 o'clock at night, or 4 o'clock in the morning, or combining at 2 o'clock in the morning, or sheep you've got to look after all hours of the day. You know, this isn't just a little 9 to 5 job. This is a living, working, breathing lifestyle. And all this man wants to do is to be able to live on his site securely, safely, and provide for the country, really, food and everything that goes with it. I think this application should be commended. It's the place for a rural dwelling. You know, your officers have proved that this is a place for a rural dwelling by approving one the other side of the village for a countryside officer.
Thank you very much. Nice to hear from you.
And you.
Okay, thank you. We've got, I gather Mr. Moulton hasn't come into the room anywhere, Julie? No. Okay, so we'll go over to Mr. and Mrs. Scott, please. You have 3 minutes, please, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm going to read John Moulton's statement he prepared for us. So I'm afraid he'll refer to me as client in places. Chairman and members of the committee, firstly, thank you for allowing this application to be brought before you today. The dwelling is for our client who currently lives with his wife in Dereham and commutes to the farm 7 days a week, working an average of 80 to 100 hours per week. Unfortunately, these trips can be 2 or 3 times per day, so not sustainable nor economical. For officers, the officer's report notes that the farm comprises 130 hectares, but significantly, as noted in the Savills report, they actually farm 1,100 hectares where contract farmed areas are included. Options for siting of a dwelling on the farm have been carefully considered to be close to the farmyard and the existing turkey enterprise. This site meets those objectives, avoiding good arable land and makes use of a former quarry where land quality is poor. The site is bounded on 2 sides by a 15-metre wide, 30-year-old tree belt comprising mixed species and evergreens that screen the site from the open countryside. The dwelling is set back to screen from view when travelling along Milam Road. Ground levels to the north fall away, and the soil bank and hedge along the northern boundaries means that the views of the dwelling from the north are limited. Further tree planting to the west was also proposed in and around the unrestored quarry for the betterment of the local landscape. The proposal will not therefore affect the amenity of the neighbouring residents nor the countryside. The proposed dwelling is no different to other nearby historical farm dwellings located away from villages. The report refers to the former use of the site as landfill. The quarry was operated under Norfolk County Council licence and infill limited to Class 1 materials, which will not decompose or decompose only very slowly, not as noted in the officer's report. The fill was monitored and yearly tipping reports issued to Norfolk County Council. The site was not a public landfill site. Soil test results from 6 trial holes verify this, showing a mix of gravelly, sandy clay. The contaminated land officer has indicated her comments would not be a reason for refusal, provided conditions were included for further tests, which our client accepts. We believe that testing, coupled with piled foundations and a ventilated suspended ground floor with an integral gas barrier, will resolve these issues. We do not consider the dwelling excessive. The plan provides 4 bedrooms and a kitchen living space, which is normal for a young couple wanting a family in their home for life. Also included for farm use is a study for use as a farm office, boot and coat room and cloakroom, which account for 19% of the floor area. An outbuilding provides secure storage for the applicant's Land Rover, quad bike and his wife's vehicle, and adjacent secure store for hand tools and livestock equipment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott.
Thank you very much.
That's your 3 minutes. Thank you for getting that in time. We have Councillor Mark Kittle-Morris, please. 3 minutes, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Good evening or good afternoon, everybody. I requested this application be decided at committee because I believe it has merit, and applying a policy HAU 13 can be more subjective than other local plan policies and lead to a worthy application being refused. You have heard, I hope, that the farm is a thriving and expanding business which the applicant has taken over as manager from his father, who is retiring. There's little doubt in my mind that the expanded operation, which now includes turkeys and sheep, does require the manager to live on site, and the officer report agrees. There are obvious cost advantages to be able to build on your own land, and the cost of building plot in Beeston would be in excess of £150,000. Ready-built accommodation in Beeston would not be suitable for running the farm, would also be beyond the applicant's budget. The proposed dwelling is a modest family home which incorporates the farm office a true live-work building. The applicant is married and in his 30s and would reasonably expect to farm the holding until he retires. What is proposed is a modestly sized home in which to both raise a family and to manage the farm on a day-to-day basis. Given the expected occupancy of the dwelling for the next 30 plus years, the size of the living accommodation is, in my opinion, not excessive. Additionally, I would expect a rural workers' dwelling, by definition, to be at some distance from any defined settlement. The proposed storage building will not house farm machinery, which these days is enormous, but the essential 4x4 vehicle, quad bikes and livestock handling equipment that will be used for the day-to-day management of the farm and livestock. These items are essential for the operation of the farm and need to be readily available to the manager. Regrettably, these days, these items require secure garaging and storage, and the size of the garaging of storage is, I think, in keeping with the size of the operation. The applicant has chosen the proposed site with care. The area is a disused and backfilled quarry, a brownfield site, if you will, which has no arable use due to the poor soil. To build on any other field owned by the partnership would take productive land out of use. The site is screened to the east and the south by a continuous belt of trees 15 metres thick, which are 30 plus years old and were planted to hide the now extinct quarrying operation. The dwelling, when built, will be screened from Beeston Village to the south and the wider countryside to the east. The topography of the north and west of the site render the site invisible. I cannot see that there will be an impact on the character of the local area or any significant intrusion into the countryside. Overview and proximity of the turkey operation would be possible, as would husbandry of the sheep grazing, which is nearby. In support of this farming operation, I ask you to consider approving this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I lost the beginning of that, but I froze out. I hope I was the only one. Everyone else heard all that presentation. Thank you. It was just me then. I don't know what happened. Okay. So now it's open to questions from members. Members wishing to ask questions on this application. Start with Councillor Crane and then Councillor Kybird and Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chairman. Could I ask the applicant, because when I was reading the various reports about the amount of land that they actually farm, because it's often undervalued how much actually agricultural land as well as livestock needs to have the input of a farmer actually there. But I gather that from one report that you rent quite a lot of land, and then the other is like on the home farm. And what is the distance, the furthest distance you would have to travel to the rented land, please?
Certainly. So we own 130 hectares of land, or the farm partnership does, but our main business is contract farming. So we farm for other people who are sort of stay-at-home landlords, if you like, and we farm their farms. We farm 1,100 hectares of crops, combinable crops, and then a further chunk of land for amenity land and for livestock. The furthest contract farm land I farm is Rougham and Tittershall, the furthest distances I have to travel, and there's a little bit at Shibden as well. But mainly around the Beeston, Gresson Hall area. And then my livestock I have on the main home holding around where I'm trying to propose building this dwelling, which are sheep and then turkeys. I rear 10,000 turkeys for Christmas, and they're traditional sort of outdoor free range birds, which 10,000 turkeys don't take a lot of land. They take 10 acres, believe it or not. But the combinable side of the farm, the main business is arable farming on scale for other people, which is what I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's Robert Kybird. Councillor Kybird, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the applicants clearly demonstrated the agricultural need, and the only point under question is the size of the outbuilding. We are constantly asked to consider designing out the opportunity for crime, and I think in a rural location, the outbuilding in this case is not excessive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, say I think we've all had correspondence from the applicants, councillors on the planning committee. The other issue, which is just to raise with the officer, is around the quarry. Just to confirm that the various authorities will be happy or not have a substantive objection. I think if there's an appropriate conditional monitoring. I did note in the correspondence we've had from the applicant, one of the points which I was going to query from the report was that the quarry seems to have been always in the control of the applicant. And in terms of the records of NCC, I don't know if that makes any difference to those aspects of the report, although I did note the condition in there, Lisa, if you come back on that aspect. Thank you.
I have covered off, I think, the contaminated land and field land issues in section 7. But our contaminated land team are effectively happy with the proposal, subject to desk study conditions and further monitoring.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions from members at all? Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just concerned, can I ask the applicant where he has to travel to now, or where his heavy equipment would be kept now, which he would use to farm and carry out contracts on other farms? Obviously, that's still going to be kept where it is, I would assume, because you're not asking to build a secure unit on site with this new house to keep this particular machinery, which I'd have thought would have been the option, the objective of having a new house on that site to secure, to be there as security for this heavy machinery you obviously use for contracting on other farms, and so you're still going to have to travel to that. I understand if you wherever that is kept at the moment.
Mr. Scott, I think the question to be answered is, where do you keep your machinery at the moment? I gather you personally live in, or the worker who the building is planned for lives in Dereham, is that correct?
Yep, so it's planned for me, and I do live in Dereham at the moment, at Russet Way. My machinery at the moment is kept in the existing farmyard, which is in the village, one field away from where I'm looking to build. But it's in the farmyard, which we actually rent at the moment. We don't actually own our own farmyard, and we have always rented that. And the machinery we have is all quite secure and stored in locked buildings. The problems I have at the moment is theft from my livestock, which is nearest where the site where I'm trying to build on. Last year we had an energizer stolen from sheep fencing. Poultry theft is a real problem, which is why we have to be up at night checking CCTV monitors and alarms when they go off around the turkey site, because having £500,000 worth of turkeys floating around in an open environment is quite attractive to theft. So that's the main reason why I want to be on that site, is so I can monitor my livestock and make sure they don't go walkies in the middle of the night.
Yep. Okay, terrific. I think that's answered that, Councillor Wilson. Any more questions from members at all before we move on? Okay. Councillor Attawell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I just ask Mr. Scott, where your parents live at the moment, is that what you class as the land which you rent, or do you own that as a family?
Yes, certainly. We rent that. My parents rent that. My father owns his own house. If you look on land registry, he owns his house and garden, but the farmyard and the field immediately behind it is rented.
So would I be right in saying, because I'm looking at my screen here at the moment, look at a map of Beeston, and I was trying to figure out why you couldn't build the dwelling in the field immediately adjacent to where your parents is, and I think you have quite a bit of your machinery at the moment. So what you're saying is you don't actually own that?
No, I don't. That is on a farm business tenancy dating back from 1995. Okay. So there's an 8-acre arable field immediately behind the yard, and an existing yard and horse paddocks and things. They're all rented. Our ownership of land starts beyond Back Lane to the north of the village, which I think is marked red on your plan, which are those large arable fields that are all fairly open and there's not a hedge on them, which is why I'm trying to. The reason I picked the site is because it's making use of a former quarry and it's right around where all my livestock are, which is where I want to be able to sit and monitor and make sure they're okay.
Mr. Scott,
Okay, thank you.
I think that's answered that. Thank you very much. Okay, well, your officer's recommendation on this item for Beeston 3PL 2020 1187 is one of refusal. Julie, before we take the roll call, could I just have a show of hands from members if you've heard all of the presentation and you're happy to take that vote? Yes, that looks like everybody. Okay. I only lost a few minutes of Councillor Kittle-Morris's input, but having had this through the chairman's panel as well as this morning's and the various information, I'm quite happy to take the vote as well if needed in the case of a casting vote. I will not be voting directly. Julie, if you'd like to take the roll call, please, for the vote, and that's one of refusal.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson?
I am against the officer's recommendation for refusal.
Councillor Attewell?
Against.
Councillor Bowes?
Against.
Councillor Marion Chapman-Allen?
Against.
Councillor Clark?
Against.
Councillor Crane?
Against.
Councillor Dale?
Against.
Councillor Digan?
Against.
Councillor Gilbert?
Against.
Councillor Kybird?
Against.
And Councillor Martin?
Against.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. That's unanimously against the officer's recommendation of refusal. So I need your reasons from the floor. I think Councillor Wilkinson is coming in, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the committee feels that planning policy HOU 13 to allow a workers' dwelling is agreed to. The applicant has demonstrated that there is essential need for security and functional needs to run this business.
Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Crane was first up. Thank you. Rebecca, you wish to come in?
Members need to confirm about the scale of the dwelling, Chairman. Just need to add to their recommendation if that's what they feel, that the scale of the dwelling is appropriate in accordance with that policy.
Councillor Crane, please.
I think the size of the dwelling and the building alongside it are appropriate and in proportion.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that within the vote. Rebecca.
And I would just need to confirm after the vote whether members are happy to delegate conditions.
Okay, I think that's possible. I'm sorry, members, but we're going to have to take that vote now with the recommendation from the floor of approval. So you're still going to be saying for or against. So the recommendation now is approval from the floor. Julie, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson?
For approval, Julie, thank you.
Councillor Attewell?
For.
Councillor Bowes? Councillor Bowes?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman-Allen?
For.
Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Crane?
For.
Councillor Dale?
For.
Councillor Digan?
For.
Councillor Gilbert?
For.
Councillor Kybird?
For.
And Councillor Martin?
For.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, members. Thank you, that's unanimous. So this item has been given approval. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Scott, for your attendance.
Chairman.
Thank you, Elizabeth Gould and Councillor Kittle-Morris. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee, for your consideration.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Thanks very much.
Is that with delegated to officers?
Yes, yes. Okay, we're moving to Dereham, which is item 10B, 3PL 2020-1197. And we should be joined by Tony Needham of Dereham Town Council. I can see Tony there. Dan Humphreys, who's the applicant. Dan Humphreys, oh, he's black at the moment, but he should come in. He's in a coal bunker. And Andrew Wright, who's the design and planning manager. I can see Andrew. Dan Humphreys is here with us. And Martin Rodzian, who's the engineering manager. And then Councillor Philip Morton. Good to have you with us, Councillor Morton. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to hand over, please, to Rebecca Collins for this one, which is Dereham Ettling View. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So we have a reserve matters application for 62 dwellings in front of us today. Matters of access were agreed at outline application stage, obviously along with the principle of development. So today members are asked to consider the layout, appearance, scale and landscaping of the development, and those matters have been set out in the officer report. So here is the application site. It's outlined in red for you. You can see to the east of the application site is the existing Ettling View development, a previous development of 266 dwellings adjacent to the application site. And you can see, members, that it's an allocated site within the settlement boundary. However, obviously the principle of development has already been established by the granting of outline consent. You can see from this plan in front of you, the access point is proposed off the existing Ettling View development, and that's to the east of the application site and outlined in red on the plan in front of you. Members will note from the officer report that the Highways Authority had requested with this reserve matters application that the access be widened at the point of entry to the site. However, that was a matter to be considered at outline application stage and cannot be considered at this stage, and therefore the access will remain as approved at outline application stage. And the Highways Authority raised no objection on that basis. You'll also note from the plan in front of you that there's a public right-of-way to the north of the application site, and in a minute we'll show you a location plan showing linkages to that right-of-way. So here is the planning layout, the proposed planning layout. You will see that there's open space to the north and west of the application site, and also open space to the east of the application site. Members will note from the officer report that there are a number of 62 dwellings across the site, very similar in character to those of the adjacent Taylor Wimpey development at Ettling View, shown on your plan there. The majority of development is of the same scale, appearance, design, materials to that of the adjacent development and is considered acceptable in that regard. The majority of the development, especially to the north proportion of the site, is two-storey development, offering a mix of dwellings in accordance with the Section 106 in terms of mix and affordable housing. And all the housing meet the national prescribed space standards. To the south of the application site, there is single-storey dwellings proposed, abutting Briar Close, which is also single-storey development. That's to protect the amenity of neighbouring properties and the character of the wider area. You'll note from the supplementary report that our housing team, highways team and tree officer have removed any concerns or objections to the application. With regards to the housing comments, they are now happy with the housing space standards as set out. Highways raised no objection to the proposals, which have been recently amended. And this is set out in the officer report with regard to the veteran oak tree that you can see just to the west of the bend in the proposed access. That is a veteran oak tree that was to be protected on the outline planning permission. The tree officer did raise some concerns about development being within the RPA of that tree. What members will know from this latest plan is that the development immediately to the west of the tree has been moved further into the site with an additional area of landscaping and open space around the tree to the west of the tree, to allow for the RPA to remain free of development and protect that veteran oak. Members will note that the access is closer to the veteran oak on its eastern side. However, there is already hard standing in this location. On the basis of this amend, like I say, the Highways Authority and the tree officer raised no objections and believe this is an acceptable way to proceed. Members will note from the recommendation that there is an outstanding ecology objection to the proposals. However, the applicants have submitted additional information to address their concerns, and we await the ecology consultant's response in that regard. Therefore, the recommendation today, as recommended, would be approval subject to no objection being received from our ecologist based on that additional information. Obviously, members will note the proposed position of the laps as shown on the plan in front of you within the open spaces to the east and west of the application site. Members will also note to the north of the application site, there is connecting to the right of way, which runs along the red boundary to the north of the application side, and also to the northwest of the application site, a further connection to the footpath there. And also there is a circular green route around the site within the open space to walk around the site. Members will note there was concern raised by local authorities with regards to flood risk, and this is covered off within the relevant sections of the report. There is a surface water flood risk scheme which has been submitted with the application. The LLFA raises no objection in that regard, and with the balancing lagoons as shown on the plan in front of you, there will be an actual positive impact in terms of surface water flood risk in this area. Also, with regards to concerns raised with the flooding of the footpath to the north of the application site, you'll note from the officer report that the applicants have now control of the main ditch and proposed ditch works that both the LLFA would be satisfied that would address the flood risk that has the flooding, surface water flooding that's previously happened to the footway. And this is part of a discharge of condition application also. So we just have some photos about the entrance to the site. This is just some photos of the character of the existing Etling View development in front of you. Like I say, materials, cladding and appearance all remain very similar to these proposed here. And right in front of you, you can see the veteran oak tree at the entrance to the site where the access will curve round. And just a closer up view with the application site in front of us. As I say, access was already approved at outline application stage, so we cannot revisit it here. Here's the views of the frontage properties which front on the site, and within the report we talk about the distances being acceptable to protect the amenity of future and existing occupiers, plus the existing development is acceptable for future occupiers. And then across the site, members will see that it is a large open grass site with outline planning consent for 62 dwellings on it. So as previously set out, we consider this is acceptable in all regards, and we have recommended this for approval subject to conditions and to no objection from our ecologist with regards to the additional information submitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Tony Needham, who's the Clerk of Dereham Town Council. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thanks, Chairman. Breckland has a deficit in outdoor playing space equivalent to 138 hectares. Dereham has the biggest deficit in outdoor playing space of any parish in Breckland. The deficit in outdoor playing space in Dereham is over 31 hectares. That is 23% of the overall Breckland deficit. Between 2007 and 2015, the deficit in outdoor playing space in Dereham increased by over 1 hectare per year. The deficit is increasing because outdoor playing space is not being delivered through the planning system in accordance with the policy. The Town Council is developing a project to try and address the shortfall in outdoor playing space. If developers are not forced to provide areas for sport as per the policy, then the burden falling on the Town Council to make up the deficit keeps increasing year after year. For the outline application, the committee report twice stated that, and I quote, "The application is submitted in outline only, with all matters other than access reserved for consideration at a later date." This was stated twice in the officer's report. It is fair to say, therefore, that the legitimate expectation would be that all matters other than access would be considered at reserved matters. The officer's report from the outline application also stated that The S106 agreement will require open space to comply with policy DC11. Policy DC11 states that all new residential development is expected to provide a contribution towards outdoor playing space equivalent to 2.4 hectares per thousand population. The 106 agreement is poorly worded. It states that open space must be provided, but does not specify what type of open space. DC11 requires a very specific types of open space, that is, children's playing space and areas for sport. The application seen today does not provide an area for sport. It therefore does not comply with DC11, as the report from September 2019 said it would. To summarise, at outline, the committee report stated that only the access was agreed, all other matters were reserved. The committee report stated that the S106 would accord with policy DC11. The reserved matters application does not agree with DC11 because there is no area for sport or a commuted sum in lieu of on-site provision. The committee should therefore say that they will not consider this application today. It needs to be brought back when it fully accords with policy DC11. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Dan Humphreys, who's the applicant, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Dan Humphreys, Planning Coordinator for Taylor Wimpey East Anglia, and I'm joined today by my colleagues Andrew Wright and Martin Rodzin, who will assist me with any questions you may have. This application has benefited from several rounds of pre-application discussion with officers, as well as an online public consultation event, which was held in the autumn of 2020, providing local residents and key stakeholders with an opportunity to comment on the emerging proposals. Over 1,200 invitations were distributed locally, and the event was also advertised in the local press. In terms of design, this proposal was considered to be an extension of the Etling View development to the east, from which it takes its cues for building design, materiality and general layout. The development layout closely follows the principles set out in the approved master plan and land use plan, and furthermore benefits from buildings positively framing streets with habitable rooms overlooking key spaces, ensuring the development feels safe and welcoming to navigate. Site access remains unchanged from the outline application to preserve an existing veteran oak tree. 2 new cycle path links are proposed to the northern and western boundaries to provide connections to the wider neighbourhood. A total of 62 2 to 5 bedroom homes are proposed, 7 of which are to be affordable. This includes 8 bungalows located along the southern boundary as per the approved master plan. All proposed house types comply with the NDSS space standards. A minimum of 1.82 hectares of open space land, as defined in the section 106, is to be provided on site and has been successfully accommodated and marginally exceeded. 2 separate local areas of play are proposed and are sized upon the occupancy levels generated by the housing mix. Both areas shall contain natural play features, seating, informal mounding to create further play interest. Remaining green spaces consist of shallow, multifunctional SUDS features, informal recreational space, and green infrastructure buffering to help protect the adjacent county wildlife sites and existing homes. Soft landscaping and ecological enhancement proposals include native planting, bat and bird boxes to numerous buildings and trees, hedgehog holes to fences, and localised areas of hibernaculum. Great crested newts shall be mitigated under the new district level licensing scheme. Recognising local concerns regarding historical flooding issues at Shillings Lane, the Section 106 obligates Taylor Wimpey to produce, agree and implement a schedule of works to remediate a predetermined length of ditch prior to any occupation. Preparation of the schedule is underway and once agreed shall be implemented at the earliest opportunity. A robust surface water drainage strategy has been accepted by the LLFA, and surface water runoff from the new development is expected to be lower than that of the existing land use. In conclusion, members, the proposal complies with the outline planning permission, section 106 and approved master plan, and has gained the support of numerous statutory consultees. Therefore, we respectfully ask for your support of the officer's recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got Councillor Philip Morton, please. 3 minutes, sir. You're still on mute. We are lip reading if you're swearing, but
I think I'm there now. Sorry about that.
You're there. Right, off you go. Time starts.
I object to this application as it does not comply with policy DC11, which calls for a total of 1.82 hectares of outdoor playing space split between outdoor sports area and children's play space. The core text confirms that contributions in lieu of on-site provision for sites of 25 or more dwellings will be the exception, will need to be supported by robust evidence from the applicant that on-site provision is not appropriate and viable. Instead of outdoor sports area, we are presented with open space that includes 0.41 hectares of SUDs. If these are anything like the lagoon on the earlier development, this cannot even be considered to be open space. Instead, there will be a health and safety issue requiring to be fenced off, as shown in the photo. On technical grounds, I cannot challenge the provisions being made for surface water drainage, but experience at the eastern end of Shillings Lane suggests there are still problems that need to be resolved. If the lagoon simply concentrates surface water at one point into the ditch network, there will be more problems than at present. Work to be carried out on the network will need to include improvements to the footpaths to prevent flooding, which already happens on Shillings Lane. These works are promised in the application, but the problems experienced on the first site suggest this could be difficult. This is a prime site bordering a series of footpaths and open space within walking distance of all town facilities. However, I feel it does not fulfil the potential. It will put pressure on the surrounding green infrastructure. It will increase footfall on pathways that need improvement and will increase the risk of flooding in an area where it is all too frequent. For these reasons, I propose it is not a sustainable development and more investment is needed to demonstrate that it improves the conditions in which people live, work and travel. Whilst there are conditions to ensure efforts are made to restore the habitat and environment, there are no positive steps by the developer to improve the site and surrounding area. Instead, all the many residents who objected to this application will see is increased pressure on the green infrastructure, paths and open space. Instead of a proper outdoor sports area with facilities, there will be some open grassland and an acre of SUDs. The developer has the benefit of the affordable housing element having been reduced to 11%. So I propose this application is refused and the developer is asked to come back with proposals to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's open to questions from members now. Anyone wishing to ask questions? I've got Councillor, I'll take Councillor Clark first, please, and then Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't take too much time. I'm very familiar to the site, having been one of the members called for a site inspection originally. I can ask the applicant and also if Rebecca needs to clarify. Looking at surface water runoff, I read in the main report about riparian responsibilities and discharge. So other than the SUDs, if the applicant is able to just explain a bit more about how they will deal with any runoff from, you know, the flooding outside the SUDs along the path there, which is obviously illustrated by Councillor Morton. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Okay, sorry, answering that or?
Sorry, yeah, I'm Martin Rodzine, Engineering Manager of Taylor Wimpey. I'll answer the question if I can. The actual scheme itself, so development itself is providing a betterment of discharge from the site. So the actual scheme is, I think, not getting too technical on it, greenfield runoff was proposed from the site would be just over 10 litres a second. The development itself and the drainage strategy is agreed to reduce that by half to, I think, 4.9 seconds. Litres a second. So the actual development itself will provide a betterment for the discharge rate. Our proposal will be to deliver 2 surface water drainage basins with a swale that's linked between the two, which will, I think, answering Philip's comment about design compared to the previous phases, that will actually I think, have a maximum water level of 600 millimetres in the worst case storm. So the actual design of them is far significantly different to the previous scheme. With regards to the ongoing ditch maintenance, our proposals is to forward a maintenance strategy to deal with the remedial works required in the existing ditch, which is then to extend off-site, which I think is the actual length off-site has already been agreed as part of the discussions and the previous outline submission.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Clark coming back.
There's a quick question to the applicant. You've mentioned the discharge rate being greatly reduced. Will there be regular monitoring of that to ensure that what you've got set up there is actually going to cope? We hope it will be. Thank you.
Yep. So just in answer to that, as part of the flood risk assessment, there's a maintenance schedule at the rear of the flood risk assessment, which details out what will be responsible for and when. So the authority that will take on the ongoing maintenance will be required to do visual inspections, and depends on whereabouts along the network. It will be either clearance of silt, debris clearance. If it's in the swales or in the basins themselves, there'll be a mowing regime and things like that.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that's answered everything for you, Councillor Clark. I've got Councillor Gilbert now, please, and then Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chairman. Just before I ask the question, I assume that looking at the layout of the site here, I assume this one quite a high award in the most boring layout category. Anyway, onto my question. The balancing lagoon and bund, are they going to be fenced off for safety reasons? That's my first question.
I think that will come out in the detailed design, if I'm honest. Our initial view of it is no, they wouldn't, because they're not going to have permanent water in there, and the maximum water will be 600 mil. But if following the detailed design, there is a requirement to be fenced off, that is something we can add into the scheme.
Thank you. So I'll carry on from that. As part of the Watton and Saintony Flood Action Group, I've learned an awful lot about SUDs and balancing lagoons over the last year or so. Can you tell me what percentage of the open space do these lagoons take up?
I have to revert back to my colleague Dan Humphreys on that. Do you know exactly, Dan?
Just looking at the plan there. Yeah, it's actually 0.411 hectares of the total of 1.83 hectares provided on site.
What's that as a percentage?
Bear with me. %.
So virtually a quarter of the open space is taken up by unusable fenced off lagoons, which if they've got water in will be a danger to anybody, and if they're not fenced off, they will be a danger to somebody. So basically there's this is what is happening now. Developers are using balancing lagoons, which I think are a good idea, but
Yeah, if we're losing you there, Councillor Gilbert.
The lack of
I'm not
open
sure.
space.
I'm not sure what's happening with your system, but we lost you there slightly. Rebecca, you needed to clarify something, please.
Yeah, just to say, Chairman, that the actual boundary treatment to those lagoons will be tested through the boundary treatment policy, condition that's already on the permission. And also, just to remind members that policy ENV04, our policy, does allow multifunctional open space and makes specific regard to including SUDs within outdoor spaces and outdoor playing spaces, and says they're important features in terms of amenity value and variance and biodiversity. So it's really important, members, that the text supporting your policy ENV04, which is in the supplementary, does actually support the multi-use, including having SUDs within open spaces. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'll indulge me, I was one of the members when we had the site visit at the original application and the Shillings Lane. We did note as members then that, because I assume the Shillings Lane and that area is common land and public land, we did note that there was unmanaged ditches which was causing the flooding to the footpaths. So obviously this development would not necessarily affect that footpath as it wasn't looked after in the first place. So I commend really Taylor Wimpey for taking this project on to benefit the residents of Dereham.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Attawell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I have some clarification? The open site, the open space on this development was determined as policy DC11. Rebecca, you've just referred to policy ENV04. So which one are we actually determining this application on? It's either one or the other, isn't it?
Today, members, you are only determining the layout, appearance, landscaping and scale of open space. And you are doing that in view of policy ENV04 because it's your adopted policy at this time. You cannot revisit the principle of open space or the amount of open space because that was an outline matter that was considered and secured under those policies in which it was secured under. So you're only looking at, in terms of open space today, layout, appearance and landscaping in accordance with the ENV04.
Councillor Attawell.
Okay, so I understand that, but when this was determined at outline stage, the open space wasn't considered by the committee. It was said that that would be considered under reserved matters. So I'm here today looking at reserved matters, because if that's not the case, then I'd like to know who has determined between the outline application and the application today, the size of what is appropriate in terms of the open space. Because clearly I've got something here now that doesn't comply with policy DC11, is it?
Rebecca.
So the amount of open space was considered under the outline application at that time. The amount was, and that was considered in accordance with DC11. Today, you're not looking at the amount of open space. You're looking at its appearance and its design and its landscaping only. In the same way with affordable housing, the amount of affordable housing provision was set at the outline application stage, and that was set in accordance with the previous housing policy. But today you can look at the affordable houses themselves and see what they look like and whether they fit in and whether they're in the right location. So open space, the amount, you cannot consider today, members, and this is set out in the report, but you can look at its layout. You can see if the laps are in the right place. You can see whether it's adequately landscaped. You can see the position and the linkages to the wider area, but you cannot revisit the amount, I'm afraid.
Sorry, Chairman, can I come back and just clarify? In the committee report for the outline application, it says the Section 106 agreement will require open space to comply with policy DC11. Policy ENV04 is not an adopted policy requiring compliance. Given the time that this application has been with us, would be unreasonable to apply it now. What I'm trying to establish is, if the open space wasn't considered at outline application stage, and certainly the amount and layout wasn't, then what has happened between then to say that it has been determined and now? So I'm just asking the questions because I think some members would be minded to say, well, if we weren't able to consider it on the outline application stage, why are we not allowed to consider it now under the reserve matter stage? If that's the case, when are we going to get to consider the open space?
Rebecca.
The amount was considered at outline application stage, and that was secured, members, through your Section 106 agreement. And that is not up for discussion or further consideration at this time. You can now consider the layout of the open space under the reserved matters, because a reserved matters application does allow you to do that. But the amount was considered at outline application stage, and the section 106 signed on that basis.
Okay. One more, Chairman. So if you're saying the 1.82 acres was considered at outline application stage, that would have been considered under policy DC 11. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so did DC 11 make reference to balancing lagoons, where we're losing, what is it, 0.41 of a hectare? Because you're saying the balancing lagoons are in ENV04, but they weren't in DC 11.
Rebecca?
But Councillor Attewell, unfortunately, that's not relevant at this stage, because we wouldn't have considered the appearance of the open space at outline application stage, because it wasn't a matter to be considered at that stage. It's a reserved matter, and then as a reserved matter, we're considering it in accordance with the ENV04. So the amount of open space was considered in accordance with DC 11 at outline stage, and now members, you are considering the layout in accordance with your current adopted policy, and your current adopted policy ENV04 does allow for the provision of SUDs within open space, and that's what we've made our recommendation on today.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Crane, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Moving on from open spaces, what I wanted to ask the applicant is, I was really pleased to hear about the bat boxes, bird boxes, hedgehog holes, etc., etc. On the plan to the west of the site, next to the footpath, what is going to run along that west-hand side, please?
Is that you, Mr. Rodzian, or not?
I believe that's me, Chairman.
Ah, Mr. Humphreys.
Hopefully you can hear me. Yes, we're proposing to partly gap up some of the existing hedgerows to stop the new residents from sort of creating new desire lines through those boundaries. But we're also supplementing these areas with additional buffer planting, some to protect existing properties sort of further south. Obviously, we've got the new play space to the western boundary, which will be complemented by more native planting. And further around the SUDS features, we're looking at providing some wildflower meadow grass, as well as further shrub planting and tree planting.
So it's predominantly hedging down there?
That's right, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from members at all? No? Okay. Okay, on this item, for Dereham, which is 3PL 2020-1197, your officer's recommendation is to approve this. Julie, could I ask, first of all, before you take that, have all members followed and understood the procedure? Could you please show hands that you're ready to go to a vote? Okay, that's everyone. Thank you. Julie, could you please take the roll call with the recommendation of approval, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson?
For approval.
Councillor Attewell?
Against.
Councillor Bowes?
For.
Councillor Marion Chapman-Allen?
For.
Councillor Clark?
Against.
Councillor Crane?
For.
Councillor Dale?
For.
Councillor Digan?
Against. Did you get that? Against?
Thank you. Yes. Councillor Gilbert?
Against.
Councillor Kybird?
For.
And Councillor Martin?
For.
Thank you. That's approved by 7 votes to 4.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. That's approved then. Thank you, gentlemen, for your attendance. Thank you, Councillor Morton, as well. Good to see you again. Okay, thank you. We move on now to Item 10C at Necton, which is 3PL 2020-0469. We have Councillor Jean Bash as Chairman of the Parish Council, Councillor Alice Spain, also of the Parish Council, and we should have Philip Robson, who's the applicant.
Yes, good morning.
I'm not sure
Or good afternoon, excuse me.
I'm not sure before we proceed why we've got Councillor Nunn. Oh, he's gone. Good, thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a outline planning application with details of access only for 22 dwellings at land off St Andrews Lane, Necton. The site is a field that is just under 1 hectare. Sorry, can I check? Can you see the presentation? Yes, thank you. So the site is just adjacent to the A47 and is just adjacent to the settlement boundary of the service centre village of Necton. As you can see, it's away from the sort of the main part of the settlement, but is immediately adjacent to the red line of the settlement boundary. You can see within the applicant's ownership is Charnwood residential dwelling to the south, and the existing site plan with the highest part of the ground in the northwest corner coming down towards the south. And here is the indicative site plan, just to show one way the site could be developed, and they have demonstrated that it can facilitate 22 dwellings together with the necessary on-site children's play space and an attenuation basin as well. So this is the lane at the east side of the site. Apologies, I've subsequently got a better camera. So in the committee report, I've detailed that the tenure is starter homes for sale. However, I've subsequently clarified that the application seeks permission for entry-level exception sites. This can actually include any type of affordable home, such as affordable rent, intermediate, part rent, part sale, and starter homes. This is an improvement as it can provide more variation, and the housing department would prefer this. And the exact tenure would be secured via the Section 106, requiring an affordable housing scheme to be submitted and approved with the council with the Reserve Matters application. The site is 240 metres from a costa, 300 metres from a convenience shop, 350 metres from a village hall and sports centre, and 1,000 metres to the village primary school. Because the site is adjacent to the A47, they are recommending acoustic mitigation. They suggested a 4-metre fence along the northern site boundary, plus wrapping around the western corner. However, because it's adjacent to an existing dwelling, that may cause some overshadowing and creating a sense of enclosure. So instead, we are suggesting they submit a acoustic mitigation strategy with the Reserve Matters application, and that would be conditioned. You'll have seen that the Parish Council has raised some concern about drainage and flooding in the village. So the application includes a indicative drainage strategy, which has been considered by the lead local flood authority, and they have found that to be acceptable. And that includes directing water via pipes to a detention basin at the south of the site, which will then be discharged into the existing culverted watercourse at a controlled rate. And this has been designed for the 1 in 100 year rainfall event with 40% allowance for climate change. So this has been considered to be acceptable and is not anticipated to increase risk of flood off-site in accordance with current policies, guidance at national and local level. Highways have not objected, subject to conditions including visibility displays, widening of Grove Lane along the east of the site, and a new priority junction with St Andrews Lane, and a small section of footpath and a new pedestrian dropped crossing. Subject to this, highways have not objected. Ecology was also raised as a local concern, and subject to further information that was submitted, the council's ecological and biodiversity consultant was satisfied. However, we do have to apply a cautionary approach for great crested newts during the construction period and afterwards, and that would also be conditioned. So paragraph 71 of the National Planning Policy Framework requires local planning authorities to be supportive of entry-level exception sites, which is suitable for first-time buyers and renters, unless this need is already met. For this site, the key policy balance that we need to consider today is that to facilitate the development, they need to remove 100 metres of Category B protected hedgerows, and policy ENV or 6 requires hedges to be retained unless there are exceptional and overriding benefits in accepting their loss. So we have determined in the planning department that 22 affordable dwellings in a sustainable location does provide this exceptional and overriding benefit. However, that is a point for the planning committee today to make a planning balanced decision judgment. Policy HOU14 requires clear evidence of viability of the scheme. There's no viability report. However, the site is not allocated for housing. It's greenfield and it's relatively flat, and therefore that indicates it's very likely to be viable. We suggested that the mix was controlled by way of condition, but subsequently speaking to the applicant, we recommend that is instead put in the Section 106 agreement, and we'll agree that around the same time that we agreed the affordable housing tenure. Subject to the various conditions, we are recommending approval subject to a Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I hold that on the screen, please? No, you're going to take it off. Hold that one on the screen. I'm not sure how this slipped through the net. Could you explain to me why the site is marked in red and the other part is blue, is in the ownership of Charnwood, but the road network and the alterations would not be in within the red marked area?
Yes, so that would be controlled by way of Grampian condition, that they need to do those works prior to commencement.
Okay, so they'd have to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So no, that's okay. You can get rid of that now. So what you're actually saying is that Charnwood is in the ownership of someone else at the moment. Is that correct or not?
It's within the applicant's ownership, within the blue line area.
Okay. So you know this is always one of my thorny issues.
Yeah, I do apologise. I'm just I've upset my settings. I'm just fixing that.
It's just that the recommendation is for approval, and if we approve, we will be approving within the red designated area there and not anything outside of that area. I know Mr. Horn's there and I'm sure he's in agreement with me.
Chairman,
I can't see him. Yes, Rebecca.
Yeah, so yes, you're absolutely correct that you're consenting the works within the red line, but you can apply what we call a Grampian condition for any works outside the red line. And the Grampian condition can only be applied where it's reasonably likely that those works can come forward. And it is reasonably likely that the works could come forward because they're within the ownership of the applicant. So the applicant has blue lined the Charnwood site, they've shown development within that site, and therefore they have control over those development works for access to come forward. In the event they didn't do those works, that would prevent them from proceeding with their planning application because it's a prior to commencement condition. So it is reasonably necessary to Grampian condition those works which are in the blue line, and it is acceptable means of proceeding with planning permission in that way.
That's fine. Can I just have clarification off Mr. Horn that the application is for the red land, not to include the blue land? I know what you've said, Rebecca, with regards Grampian rights, but that the road network is part of the application within the detail. Mr. Horn, I've lost you. Oh no, you're down the bottom there. Mr. Horn.
I can't really put it in any other way, Mr. Chairman, than Rebecca has. The application is an area that is outlined in, and not the area outlined in blue. The area outlined in blue would be subject to a Grampian condition. So I proceed on that basis.
Okay. Because the road that the road alterations are not within the ownership of the site anyway. I would assume that even though it's not used anymore, it's still in the ownership of highways. Rebecca, sorry to cause this confusion.
Sorry, just to say that Charnwood is in the ownership of the applicant, so the roadworks are within the ownership of the applicant. If they were in a separate ownership, then we would likely say that there wasn't reasonable prospect and not use a Grampian condition. That's why we always insist on the works being in the red line. But as they do own Charnwood, there is reasonable prospect and we can reasonably condition on that basis.
But not all of that existing. Fiona, I'll take yours in case you're telling me something different.
I think part of the confusion is that it includes work outside of the red and blue line, but I can confirm Grove Lane is Highways land. So again, because Highways haven't objected, we have a reasonable confidence they will agree the section in future. I can't remember if it's 278. So all the land required is either within Highways or the applicant's ownership, and thus we can Grampian condition.
And this would all be prior to commencement of any works on site.
Correct.
Thank you. That's fine. Sorry to delay the process. Okay, we go to our speakers. I've got Councillor Bass and Councillor Spain. You have 3 minutes. I'll just have the clock on 3 minutes and allow you to try and get through that when you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go first. I'm Chair. Nexton Parish Council are very concerned about this application. This site is at the highest point of the village. The site itself may not be a flood risk, but the proposed attenuation pond could overflow into the watercourse. The site also takes excess water from the A47. Any excess water would run down through the village under School Road, which is recently flooded, and ends up at the culvert at Chantry Lane. When this gets overfull, it floods the sewage system. As already shown, the road next to Charnwood, St Andrews Lane, regularly floods. The Parish Council is part of the Mid-Norfolk Flood Partnership, organised and run by George Freeman, who has made Necton a priority in view of the village flooding problems. George Freeman is in turn reporting to Lord Dannant, who is looking into all of Norfolk flooding. Policy DC13 of the Breckland Code states that proposals which increase the risk of flooding to people, property or places either directly or indirectly will not be permitted in accordance with a risk-based approach. Necton Parish Council believes that this proposed development will indirectly put pressure on our already damaged water infrastructure and therefore should be refused.
Councillor Spain, please.
Thank you. Necton Parish Council asks that this application is not approved for a number of reasons. It proposes a disproportionate move away from building mixed housing in Necton. While we support affordable housing in principle, this should not be at the expense of the character or facilities in the village. The national target is set at 40% affordable housing to ensure a mixed community. This application, plus the recently approved 73 houses at Erne Farm, will add 95 houses to the village, an increase of approximately 10%, all affordable and all with no Section 106 money apart from essential sewage works, part of this application. The development will substantially alter the character of the village and reduce amenity for the current residents. There is insufficient service capacity to support another 73 families, let alone another 95. These houses are not required for the Breckland land supply, which is already met. The site is not identified in the local plan and is outside the Necton settlement boundary. The 10% increase in houses will inevitably lead to an increase in traffic coming in and out through the already congested A47 junction. There are numerous accidents, and we do not believe that the risk from this additional traffic has been adequately considered. Despite the modified alignment of the Grove Lane access, we also question the safety of the twisted road layout proposed. Where will the right of way be at the Grove Lane St Andrews Lane junction? Currently, this is used as an essential passing place for cars using St Andrews Lane due to the narrow character of the lane. Since this will no longer be possible, it needs to be addressed. In addition, the subsequent access onto Tuns Road is very close to this problematic A47 junction for the additional traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We've now got Philip Robson, please, who is the applicant, according to my information. Mr. Robson.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me, Chair?
3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're grateful, firstly, for the officer recommendation for approval. And if I may just draw your attention and the rest of committee to NPPF paragraph 71 that your officer mentioned in her speech. It's a national policy. It is a new policy, and the intention is to allow first-time buyers onto the market. Officers accept that the criteria in that policy are met in this case, and as there is a national housing crisis, the local authority also accept there is a need for entry-level housing that is not currently being met in Breckland. And that is the main test in paragraph 71. Whilst, Chair, of course, you have a recently adopted local plan, it does not include a policy that deals with schemes such as paragraph 71 in the framework. There will be unavoidable conflict with HOU 3, and rural exceptions in HOU 14 require a specific test of a local parish-specific need that is not required in paragraph 71 of the framework. Case law tells us that where local plans have been overtaken by events which can include national policies, then relevant policies become out of date, which would lead to the tilted balance being engaged, irrespective of a 5-year supply. In regard to the specific concerns, flooding, there has been no objections from the lead local flood authority or Anglian Water, and as your officer made clear, the details are conditioned. Highways, no objection either from the Highways Authority, and again, detailed conditions of the necessary works secured through a Grampian. On the hedgerows, the submissions from the applicant were that the quality of the hedge is marginal and that relocation is now commonplace. And when it's properly conditioned and carried out by approved experts, it's less likely, significantly less likely to result in disease or damage. So this is an outline application and therefore layout, appearance and landscaping can be addressed at reserved matters, and we would respectfully ask that members accept the recommendation of your officers and grant according to and subject to a section 106 and conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Fiona, are you happy that we proceed?
Could I possibly address a couple of points raised by the parish council?
Yes.
I understand that highways safety is a concern, and having driven around that area myself, I can see why that might be the case. The NPPF requires that we only refuse planning permission where the impact on the highways network is severe, and it's concluded by ourselves and Norfolk County Council Highways that in this case 22 dwellings wouldn't be severe, and with those improvements such as the pavement, crossing place and better visibility, that won't be the case and we are able to approve it. Again, I understand the concerns with drainage and flooding, and that yes, it may take some of the water from the A47. However, they have undertaken detailed assessment of the drainage, and they have designed the basin to be large enough to hold the water, that they can hold that rainwater on site for long enough and release it at a slow enough rate that it won't increase flooding off sites. But if there's any other particular points that you'd like me to address, let me know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. It's open to questions from members. Members got any questions? Councillor Crane, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. This could just be down to me, Rebecca, that I'm a little bit confused on the starter homes, and that when I read this, that it says that to ensure there is some variation and choice, it is recommended to require at least 2 times 1 bedrooms, 2 times 2 bedrooms, and 2 times 3 bedrooms. As this is for a 22, the outline permission is for 22. Obviously, that only adds up to 6, and I may be being a little bit dense here. But are these all going to be starter homes or a mix of affordable homes? Thank you.
Fiona?
So that condition was applied to make sure that we had at least 2 1-beds, 2 2-beds and 2 3-beds across the development. However, we are now recommending that the mix is controlled, sorry, and this is a verbal update, that they're controlled in the section 106 to be agreed in consultation with our housing officers. And again, as a verbal update, and I appreciate that makes it slightly more difficult, rather than all starter homes, they're proposing an entry level exception site. So that could be a mix of affordable rental homes, affordable intermediate sale, part rent, and some starter homes. And for that mix to be agreed as a section 106 obligation with the council, and we would consult the housing department as part of that. So it's likely to be a mix of different types of affordable that you'll end up having if you'd like to approve it.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Crane, you're coming back.
Yes, sorry, Chair. Just to clarify, that there will be no open market homes. It is all going to be a mix of entry level, starter, and affordable in various.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we're all very pleased to see these sort of applications come forward to allow people to get on the property ladder. What my concern is, are there restrictions in place when these houses are sold on, when a family outgrows that one or moves on further up the ladder? Are there restrictions in place that means they can't be sold at the open market value, and that any discounts which the ingoing people had would be passed on to the next buyers of that house?
Rebecca, would you like to answer that, or Fiona?
Yeah, so the legislation for starter homes they were meant to do a second lot of legislation for the starter homes, clarifying that point, but the government never published it. However, our own policy does require that it's maintained as affordable in perpetuity, and therefore we would be recommending that is put into the section 106, that the discount would have to be passed on to subsequent families if it's a starter home that you're purchasing.
And that would be enforceable, would it?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Attawell, please.
We got a photo of the hedge we can put up. We're saying it's got to be 100 metres of hedge removed. Could I just have another look at that?
I think there was a photo there somewhere. I'm sure there was.
I'll get you one, but I'm just going to go into the file to see if I can get a better one than I had in the presentation.
Thank you. And one other question is, does this development have to comply with policy ENV04?
Rebecca?
Well, for you to find in your photo, I think what we've considered here is the 100% affordable housing. So yes, councillors, completely, you have to consider it in accordance with the NVA4. But what we're saying is there's other material considerations here which outweigh the policy, and that is the 100% affordable housing and the meeting the needs of the community in this regard. And on that basis, along with the other Section 106 requirements that we would usually ask for, we're saying that the 100% affordable housing outweighs those needs, and therefore we haven't asked for a provision in this regard.
Okay, thank you. Do we have that photo, Fiona? Oh.
Becky, were you speaking about the hedge? I think maybe that was about open space. Yeah, okay, sorry.
If you don't get it soon, if members want to hang on, I'll just run up the street, take a picture and come back. It's not, well, I'm not far, I'm not going to run, just about half a mile. I'd probably get in my truck and drive up, to be honest.
Fiona, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to spend a little bit more time on Zoom and get used to it. And this is the hedge here. So you can see at some parts it's fairly sporadic, whereas at other parts it's more of a dense hedge. It's category B, which is classified as good by the British standards.
So is there any mitigation to replace that? Because obviously there's an ecology consideration there, isn't there?
That's correct. So there is a condition requiring with the Reserve Matters application, they submit a hedge replacement strategy. And then there's a separate biodiversity enhancement strategy. So those two together would address the loss of that hedge.
Thank you.
Any further questions from members at all? Okay, can I just, oh, sorry, Councillor Wilkinson.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if you'll just indulge me, I'm just like to say that we do listen to parish councils. We get accused sometimes of not listening, and their concerns regard flooding and highway traffic concerns has been well addressed by the officer, and I commend the officers for that answer for the parish council. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just ask, Fiona, members have all finished, the issue with regarding the, it's quick to say if you say 4 metre fencing, 4 metres is 13 feet. I mean, if my twin brother, if I had one, stood on my shoulders, we still wouldn't make that type of height. We'd be a little bit short of it. Can I ask what the ideas going forward are with that, please?
I did raise this with the agent and they didn't come back with alternative suggestions. But yes, you are going to need something like, potentially fairly high at the back of the site. But please note that it is at the northern boundary. So that means that the dwellings themselves won't be overshadowed. It would also provide some visual screening from the A11. And there are some alternative options they could explore, such as a bund or fixed windows at the northern elevations of some of the property. So they do have a few different options they could use.
Yeah, it's just that I will come to you in a moment, Claire. It's just that the road goes up towards what was classed as the old rectory, and it does go quite uphill. So whatever you do there is going to be extremely visual from one part of the village. Also, Necton is actually in a dip, so as you come down that road, that whatever you do there, if it is a 4 metre high fence panels, is going to be again extremely visible. So that is a real quandary, that one. Rebecca, before I go to Claire, please.
Fiona, perhaps you could confirm what the trigger is for the noise mitigation to be submitted and approved.
It's with the Reserve Matters application.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to advise, Chairman, that we have it with the Reserve Matters application, and then we can consider it in the round with the layout of the development and the open characteristics of the area.
And the road alterations. Okay, thank you. Claire, please. Sorry, Councillor Bowes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Will the Reserve Matters application come back to committee, please? Because I'm I've concerns about the hedge, and I'd like to be sure that that is replaced with appropriate specimens of native species, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Rebecca.
The application will be considered in accordance with the council's adopted scheme of delegation. Claire Bowles. Councillor Bowles, apologies.
unless the chairman deems otherwise.
It'll
No?
follow the council scheme of delegation, Chairman.
Okay. Well, I'll just keep an eye on it anyway.
You may be
won't keep me out-
instrumental. You may be instrumental in that scheme of delegation, Chairman, as ward councillor, but it will follow the scheme of
you.
delegation.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Attawell, please.
So just to clarify the point that Councillor Bowes just made, what you're saying is the hedging scheme won't come back to committee, that'll be delegated to officers, is that right?
No, Councillor Attawell, I'm saying it will follow the scheme of delegation. So in the event there is a requirement for it either to be heard at chairman's panel or come back to committee, that will be in accordance with the council's adopted scheme of delegation at the time.
So wouldn't a reserved application, when we consider all the finite bits and pieces, wouldn't that necessarily automatically come back to committee?
There is no requirement in the council scheme of delegation for applications to be automatically heard at planning committee. There is obviously a process where ward members can call them in and they'll be heard at chairman's panel and follow the scheme of delegation.
Let's hope the ward member follows that one. Okay, thanks. Any further questions from members? No. Okay, thank you. Can I just have a show of hands that everyone has listened and consumed and understood all the matters, please? Show of hands. Thank you. Okay, it's over to you, Julie, if you'd like to take the roll call on the factor of Necton 3PL 2020-0469, and the recommendation for this one is one of approval. Could I have a show of hands, or could you do the roll call, please? That's old-fashioned.
Thank you, Chairman. I noticed Councillor Martin's camera is off, so and he hasn't responded, so I won't be asking him to vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson,
For approval.
Councillor Attawell,
Against.
Councillor Bowes,
For.
Councillor Marion Chapman-Allen,
For.
Councillor Clark,
Against.
Councillor Crane,
For.
Councillor Dale,
For.
Councillor Dygan,
For.
Councillor Gilbert,
For.
and Councillor Kybird.
For the application
Thank you.
recommendation.
It's 8 votes for approval and 2 against, Chairman.
8-2. Yep, that's what I make it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. This item is approved. Thank you for your time, Mr. Robson, Councillor Bass, Councillor Spain. Thank you very much. Okay. As I say, moving swiftly on to North Lopham. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dale. You're on mute.
I'm sorry, I've just had a telephone call from work. I'm going to have to give my apologies and leave.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Dale. Okay. Oh, we've got Councillor Martin back though. Lose one, gain one. Well done. Okay, so we're on North Lopham 10D, which is 3PL 2020-1211. And Rebecca, you're presenting this one for us. Thank you.
So we're in North Lopham, the Rushes and Harling Road, apologies. This is the proposal for a replacement dwelling and refurbishment of the existing cottage to provide an ancillary accommodation and annex accommodation. So here is the application site shown in red on the aerial photography. You can see it's quite heavily planted with trees within the application site. And here is the application site in relation to the settlement boundary. As a standalone application, would be contrary to policy because it's not immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary. But the applicants have applied in terms of a replacement dwelling, and therefore we consider that under How 11 of the current Breckland local plan. You will note from the officer report that we raised significant concerns about the compliance with policy How 11 in this regard. The dwelling in itself is not, in fact, a replacement dwelling on the grounds that the applicants wish to retain the existing dwelling as additional ancillary accommodation and build yet another dwelling within the application site. So we don't believe that it does fit with policy How 11 in principle because it's not a replacement. But with regard to policy How 11, we have gone into some detail in the officer report about compliance with policy How 11. And in order to comply with policy How 11, the existing dwelling has to be classed as not abandoned, as not abandoned. And the proposed dwelling needs to be comparable in size and scale to that of the existing. And obviously we've got some plans to show you this. So in terms of the building, we've got some photos to show you, but it does have collapsed walls and it is in a very poor state of repair. It was last occupied in 1983, some 38 years ago, and it was removed from the council tax register at the request of the applicants in 1993, which was some 28 years ago. You'll note from the officer report that they've looked considerably at abandonment. Abandonment has been discussed at length in case law, planning case law, and there's tends to be an agreed approach that there are 4 elements of abandonment. One, its physical state and condition, which, as I say, we've got some photos. There are collapsed walls. It's in a very poor state of repair. It's non-use. Well, obviously, we're saying it hasn't been occupied for 38 years and there's been no intention to occupy, given its removal from the register 28 years ago. We accept that there's been no intervening uses. And also, with regards to intention, the most recent case law on abandonment sets out that this is an objective test, not a subjective test. And therefore, despite the initial desire of the applicants to move back into the property, and albeit they continue to pay the council tax until 1993, since 1993, when it was removed off the council tax register, we believe that the intention, therefore, objectively, was not to move back into the property. And therefore, there is a 28 years of non-occupation there. So this is the application site outlined in red, and you can see the rushes just on the southern western border of the site in front of you. So the proposal is for an access road to the north coming off Harling Road, running through the site in between the trees, and then we'll branch off in one direction to the previous residential dwelling to be refurbished, rebuilt, to provide annex and ancillary accommodation to the main dwelling. And then to the south there, right to the south of the plot, you can see the outline of the proposed dwelling, which is significantly larger in size and scale, contrary to policy How 11, as you can see from this plan, and also not a replacement because obviously it's not replacing the existing dwelling. Now, in terms of replacement members, we've often accepted dwellings in different locations, but this is obviously in addition to the dwelling that will remain within the application site. So here are the proposed elevations, quite a modern proposal in front of you in terms of the proposed new dwelling. Elevations. And this is the planned workshop. And the applicants have provided a 3D view to demonstrate how the building will sit within amongst the trees. There is no objection from the tree officer in regard to this application and the impact on those trees. So here you can see the existing building to demonstrate our point of abandonment in terms of collapse and the state of repair that the existing building's in. And policy How 11 is really clear that first principles in terms of replacement, the building should not be abandoned. And obviously we've got an image here of the internal of that building. Got some further images of the site showing the tree cover, the view towards the site entrance and along the western boundary of the site. And also a view along the southern boundary of the site. and the eastern boundary of the site. So in terms of the application, as I say, officers are extremely concerned that the proposal does not fit with HOW 11 of the local plan. The dwelling has been demonstrated to be abandonment following on from the case law that we've researched in that regard, and it's not of a similar size and scale to fit with HOW 11 either. And on that basis, we've recommended that one for refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And we have Councillor William Nunn, who's the chairman of North Lopham Parish Council. You have 3 minutes, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason this is before you is that on balance, the officers feel that it has been abandoned. I hope that you can see that this has the potential to be a lovely family home. The agent is going to tell you about an affidavit evidence from people who knew Mr. Moss, the previous owner, who lived there until 1983, and as we heard, paid council tax till 1993. It was clearly always his intention to return, which was evidenced by all of his possessions still being present in the property when it was sold just last year. Even many of his clothes still hung in the cupboards. When the site came up for sale, I visited the neighbouring homes and asked their views. I was told that they supported the refurbishment as it would tidy up a very untidy site. It was at this time littered with old scrap cars and many other pieces of detritus, which clearly were unsightly from their properties. They also hoped that whoever purchased it would move the main part of the dwelling a little further from their home to ensure that the ongoing peace and privacy. I think we could all see that whoever purchased it would probably wish to extend to make it into a family home. The Bensleys have already tidied the site and cut back the area to give the space to the mature trees on the site. They've had a home designed which, as you could see, sits among the trees, not damaging the environment. As you saw from the plans, this is quite a unique home with wonderful environmental credentials, even being raised off the ground to allow wildlife to pass unrestricted beneath the house. Now, as a village, we couldn't have asked for anything better, a unique new home rather than a modern brick box, which we all dislike. A home which sits invisibly within its plot. It isn't visible from anywhere within the village. A family who want to live and work in our community. It's a teacher at our local school and an engineer. They're young people bringing opportunities and endeavouring to sustain our village life. Now, as a council, we have to find thousands of new homes over the next planning period. And whilst we have a 5-year land supply right now, I'm pretty sure that very soon we will have to seek out new sites, many of which will be opposed by local people and communities and the town and parish councils that serve them. And I don't envy the task, but as I've always said, we as a council need to try and work with our town and parish councils to ensure we build in partnership. Mr. Chairman, this home is unanimously supported by the parish council. It's supported by the district councillor. It's supported by the neighbours. It's supported by the county councillor. Not a single consultee has objected to this proposal. I hope that you can see that by renovating the tiny cottage and using it as an annex and building what is a beautiful home, you are ensuring another family can help to ensure the ongoing sustainability of our school, our pub, our community, without upsetting a single person in our community. Mr. Chairman, I do hope the committee can support my community and recommend this application for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got Fergus Bootman, please, who is the applicant. Oh no, the agent. I do apologise.
No problem. Thank you, Chair.
3 minutes.
So this.
3 minutes, please.
Thank you. This application, as we've heard, is made by a young couple who live in the village, who work in the local area, and who wish to build a new ecologically sensitive self-built home in which to raise their young family. No objections have been received, and as we heard, this is a proposal which is proactively supported by the parish. It is recognised by all that the proposed removal of poor quality outbuildings and management of the woodland would enhance what is currently a neglected and potential problem site. However, notwithstanding these material benefits, the proposal is recommended for refusal as officers considered the lawful residential use has been abandoned. The applicants were aware of this issue and supported the application with a detailed planning assessment. There's not time to work through that assessment here. However, there are a few comments and responses to the officer assessment that I would respectfully ask members to consider when making their decision today. The first relates to the level of proof. The key question here is whether, on the balance of probability, lawful residential use has been abandoned. This means that if there is a 50% or greater chance that the use has not been abandoned, then the conclusion must be that residential use remains. Turning to the 4 factors considered in the report, it is accepted that the period of non-use is lengthy. However, cases have been both approved and won on appeal where the documented period of non-use extends much longer than the 38 years in this case, up to 53 years in some instances. So the period of 38 years does not therefore mean that the lawful residential use has been abandoned. With regards to the physical condition of the house, as we saw, it is in poor condition. However, the application is accompanied by a report from a structural engineer which confirms that the original cottage can be retained and repaired. Demolition and rebuilding is not required. With regards to intervening use, the officer report cites the absence of attempts to introduce a new use as evidence of abandonment. This reasoning is contrary to the established case law, which confirms that introduction of new non-residential uses can be indicative of abandonment. Put simply, in this instance, the Rushes is a house, has always been a house, and no one has ever used it or attempted to use it as anything other than a house. Finally, considering the owner's intentions, the affidavit evidence, along with the fact that the house was left furnished with the cupboards and even the fridge stocked, shows that the previous owner clearly intended on returning to the property, but was prevented from doing so by ill health. Having regards to the above, members of the committee are respectfully asked to follow the case law and conclude that on the balance of probabilities, residential use has not been abandoned. If members are minded to agree with this, then there remains the question of scale and compliance with policy HOU 11. Considering the issue of scale, the proposed net gain in floor space is less than one could deliver through permitted development rights associated with Rush's Cottage. Notwithstanding this, policy HOU 11 does in fact permit replacement dwellings of alternative height and scale where the design is of high quality and enhances the character of the location. The design quality of this proposal and the landscape improvements associated with ongoing woodland management satisfy this policy requirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's open to questions from members at all. I've got Councillor Chapman-Allen, then Councillor Attawell, and then Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Chairman. Rebecca, thank you for such a clear presentation, but am I correct in thinking that the law is not clear about exactly when a property is considered abandoned?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. It's a matter of judgment based on those 4 factors.
Okay, Rebecca, and I've got a question for the agent, please. Could you tell me how the property was purchased?
Yes, the property was purchased by Mr. and Mrs. Bensley, the applicants, at auction.
At auction?
Correct.
Okay, so obviously it was being legally advertised and legally sold at auction. And I think that they made a very large investment, Chairman, in buying this property, which hadn't been lived in for a great number of years. But Chairman, the legal definition states that a property is deemed to be abandoned if the owner has voluntarily relinquished all rights to the title, claim, or possession, and does not intend to reclaim it. This was obviously not the case here, as it was still registered with the land registry under his name, and it was put up for sale. There are numerous examples of case law on abandonment, Chairman. Time spent in reconnaissance is seldom wasted, and I've done a lot of Googling on it. There are no firm rules as to what is an acceptable period of non-use, and there are cases where decades have not prevented confirmation of use rights. I could give you an example from Owen Davenport, Chartered Town Planners, who succeeded in getting planning permission granted at Conway Borough Council on a property that had been empty for 50 years. So, Chairman, I'm not convinced that the recommendation is strong enough to stand. It's too much of a grey area in planning law. There are no highways objections, there's no tree officer objections, and the parish council unanimously support it. And because of this, I think we ought to give this young couple, who've already spent £226,000 on purchasing this neglected property, but are willing to invest a great deal of money renovating and rebuilding what looks like a wonderful sympathetic development in this woodland setting. And instead of letting this building further disintegrate, we should support them in their efforts to be granted planning permission. Thanks very much, Chairman, for your patience.
Sorry, Preston, it didn't happen. Councillor Atwell, please.
Chairman, have we got a plan view of North Lopham, just so I can see where this is in relation to the whole village, please?
Well, I believe it's at the northern end. Oh, no, hang on. We're moving.
Yeah, so it's to the north of the village, and that's the northern part of the settlement boundary.
Okay, so for me, I think the redevelopment of the existing property definitely conforms to how O11. But I think more importantly, the proposed additional dwelling that actually complies with NPPF paragraph 79E. And it says, the design is of exceptional quality in that it is truly outstanding or innovative, reflecting the highest standards in architecture and would help to raise standards of design more generally in rural areas. I think it meets that criteria because it is quite a way away from the existing building, settlement of North Lopham. It is remote and it is, I think, very high quality. It's innovative. It's going to go inside the, what is a wooded area, and I'm all for getting on and getting this thing up and running. I think the old building could do with a refurb. I think the new dwelling fits in there superbly.
Rebecca, coming back to that.
Yeah, councillors, we need to remember that paragraph 79E is an exceptionally high standard to meet. And the first part of paragraph 79E is the dwelling isolated? Well, it's not isolated because there is a neighbour to the adjacent to the application site, and that has been clearly defined in case law. The isolation is what it says on the tin. It's completely isolated, and this dwelling isn't isolated. And then the tests in paragraph 79E are and tests, so outstanding and innovative. So this build technique has been used elsewhere. So to be innovative, it would need to be something that hasn't been done elsewhere. You can say that you like the design, that is a subjective view, and we also don't have any concern with the design of the dwelling. But the and is also that it doesn't impact, it's sensitive to its landscape and setting. I would remind members again that the 79E is an extremely high test to meet, and that I would fundamentally disagree that it meets that extremely high test, that it's a one building in itself, but also it must be isolated to meet with paragraph 79E, which, having a neighbouring property of the site, it is not isolated in that regard. I would suggest, therefore, members consider it in accordance with HOW 11. Consider the tests of abandonment, and members may feel that the tests of abandonment have not been met in this instance. And as the agent quite clearly pointed out, that paragraph HOW 11 does then allow you to consider a building of a different scale, subject to you feeling that's of a specific outstanding design. So members may want to consider it, but my advice would be that you don't consider it into paragraph 79E, and you consider it through HOW 11. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that, Rebecca. I've got Councillor Bowes, please.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Councillor Chapman-Allen, and I think there is clearly an irony and inconsistency regarding the abandonment question, and it would be a shame to see this not go ahead because of that. And just the question came into my mind that if this property was for the conversion of a disused barn, isn't it likely that it would have been recommended for approval? And I would just like to compliment the applicant on the design. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from other members? Councillor Atwell and then Councillor Chapman-Allen, please. I think you're on mute.
Rebecca, could you just clarify for me then on Howe 11? How does Howe 11 fit in with the proposed new dwelling that's going to be built in the woodland? Under what policy are we considering that dwelling? The refurbishment of the existing dwelling comes under Howe 11, clearly, but the new dwelling, if you're not considering that under paragraph 79, then we must be considering it under some different policy, bearing in mind it's quite a way outside the settlement boundary. Am I correct in thinking that?
So, my opinion of Howe 11, and it is my interpretation of Howe 11, so members, you can take it as you will, but Howe 11 doesn't require the replacement dwelling to be in the same spot as the existing dwelling. It could be in a different location. And what the applicant has clearly set out is that they're not two separate dwellings, they're joint dwellings. One provides ancillary accommodation to the other. In that regard, officers are saying to you that you therefore, under Howe 11, need to consider that the increased scale is not comparable to what you've got on site and therefore contrary to Howe 11. But as the agent set out, you can consider an increased scale in development whereby you consider that the design is exceptional and sensitive to its surroundings. And members may well consider that the woodland management and ecological benefits, easy for me to say, that the applicant has outlined and the applicant's agent has outlined are sufficient to meet that part of Howe 11. And as officers, if members felt that that was appropriate, we'd seek to condition those in accordance with Howe 11.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman-Allen, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a question for the Parish Council Chairman. William Nunn, please. Rebecca says that it's not isolated. You've lived in North Lopham all your life. Do you consider it to be isolated? Because I do.
It is pretty isolated from all other dwellings, but Rebecca is correct that there is one dwelling quite near to the little cottage that needs repairing. So in that sense, I guess if the definition of isolated is that it's completely on its own, then I can't argue that it's not on its own, because it does sit beside a single dwelling. That said, the parish council, I know you've got coming to you in just a couple of weeks a development for 15 houses the other end of the village, which the parish doesn't support because it's going to be like a wimpy development sitting on a block, which we don't want to see in the village. We like the linear development. We like the fact that we've got individual houses. We like the fact that people are prepared to actually put some money up and design unique and individual properties. So in that sense, and that was the rationale behind the village supporting this particular application, that somebody was prepared to build something that wasn't one of your traditional brick boxes. And that's why we're so vehemently behind this application and encourage you to do the same.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any further questions from members? No. Okay, thank you. Could I have a show of hands, please, that you've followed and understood all of the presentation, please? Yes, that's everyone. Thank you. So on this application, which is 3PL 2020-1211, your officer's recommendation on this one is one of refusal. Could I have a roll call, please, Julie, for refusal? Can you just say refuse or approve?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson?
Refuse.
Councillor Attewell?
Just for clarity, I'm against the officer's recommendation. I would like to see this go ahead.
Do you want it approved? That's why I don't like it, because we just get a lot of confusion.
Well, you just
do you like to see it approved?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to make it.
I want to see this application approved.
Yes, so you'd agree and you want approval. Thank you.
Councillor Bowes?
So I'd like to see it approved.
Councillor Chapman-Allen?
I'm against the officer recommendation.
Councillor Clark?
Refused.
Councillor Crane?
I'm against the officer recommendation because I want to see it approved. It's all got very confusing.
Thank you. Councillor Dale?
Oh, she's gone.
Sorry.
It's gone.
It's automatic. Councillor Dygan,
I'd like to see it approved, please.
Councillor Gilbert,
Refuse.
Councillor Kybird.
I'd like to see it approved.
Thank you. And Councillor Martin.
I'm against the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. 7 against the officer's recommendation and 3 for the officer's recommendation.
Okay, could I have a recommendation from the floor by someone, please? Your reasoning for why you disagree with the officer's recommendation and why you'd like to go forward with approval. Someone? Councillor Chapman-Allen? No? Oh, Councillor Crane, thank you.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I think perhaps I will need a little help from Mr. Horn on this one, but I certainly don't agree with the abandonment issue. I would think that is subjective, and I know the word innovative means a completely new item, but for us in Breckland, I think that is an innovative design. Yes, I'd like some help with it, but that's my thoughts.
I'll take Rebecca, please.
What I'm hearing, members, and please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, is that you don't agree with the officer's assessment in terms of abandonment, which is perfectly within your remit to do, and that you consider that the height and scale of the new dwelling with regards to this scheme exhibits exceptionally high quality of design, and it would enhance the character and appearance of the locality in accordance with HOW 11.
Yes, that sounds right. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Bowes, thank you. Okay, so Julie, I need you. I think I've made this even more confusing by my previous thing. Julie, would you please take the roll call? Now, from the floor, the recommendation from the floor is that we approve this. So if you agree with the floor, please say you want to approve or you want to refuse. That's all you have to do.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson.
Refuse.
Councillor Attewell.
Approve.
Councillor Bowes.
For approval.
Councillor Marion Chapman-Allen.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Refuse.
Councillor Crane.
For.
Councillor Dygan.
For.
Councillor Gilbert.
Refuse.
Councillor Kybird.
For.
And Councillor Martin.
For approval.
Thank you. 7
Same
for
again.
approval and 3 against.
Okay, thank you very much. This item is approved. Thank you, Mr. Nunn and Mr. Bootman. Thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to item 10E, 3PL 2020-1390 at Snetterton. And we have Mr. Waters, Aaron Waters, who's the applicant, should be joining us.
Excuse me, Chairman. Just been updated that Aaron Waters has had to leave, so I can run through his statement when necessary.
Thank you.
Okay. So on the screen you should have the presentation. So yeah, item 10E, we're in Snetterton. So the application is at Heath Road, Snetterton, and the proposal seeks full consent for a new substation with switch room, associated works including new access. So we can see the location there via the red dot. To the northwest is the A11. More detail here, we've got, you can see the A11 running to the northwest. We've got the general employment area, so that's highlighted in yellow. The application site's roughly where that arrow is. Just to the north is Heath Road. We've got some large-scale logistics and storage and distribution warehouses to the north east of there, and the motor circuit to the southwest of Heath Road, adjacent to the site. So that's that immediate context. You can make out the motor circuit here and those large logistics sheds to the northwest. The application site is here, so edge red, and the blue line indicates some additional land necessary for temporary construction. To the site, photographs and context here. We've got the approach from the southeast along Heath Road. So the application site's beyond those trees there, with the A11 and the junction in the distance. That's that view of the site. So we've got a large, well, flat open site. We can just about make out the motor racing circuit and associated buildings in the distance. Again, that view there. So flat open site, and there's the entrance to the Snetterton circuit there. And that's due northwest of the proposed new access. And that's just a view of the tree belt that's on that southeastern boundary. Turning to the proposals, so the scheme is to provide power to the Snetterton Heath employment area. So we've got new access onto Heath Road. We've got a switch house on the eastern side with 2 transformers, potential for a further transformer. The proposals include for planting around the edges, palisade fencing. So there's a view of the switch house. What's being proposed does include grey cladding, so to reflect existing buildings in the vicinity, with timber cladding to a screen wall. Proposed elevations to the side, site plan. So the proposals, as mentioned, provide power to the employment area. In terms of the issues, they're detailed in the report, but there hasn't been any significant objection, or no objections remain from consultees. It's acceptable in terms of the highways impacts, in terms of the new access. Also, from an amenity and a neighbour point of view, there's no significant harm caused. In terms of the landscaping, you've seen that it's an open site. The proposals do include full landscaping. And in terms of the other aspects within the application, an updated environmental report highlights that there's no ecological constraints within the site and the immediate surrounding area. In summary, the proposals accord with the policies in the local plan, particularly EC02 and EC03 in relation to employment development. It's recommended for approval, subject to conditions set out on pages 89 to 92 of the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I gather Mr. Waters isn't attending now. Do you feel you need to anything within his statement that you'd like to cover off, please?
It's a relatively short one, so yeah, it's relatively short if you don't mind. UK Power Networks are applying for planning consent to enable its customer connection scheme and construction of a primary substation building at Heath Road, Snetterton. The site provides for reasonable transport links in an already industrialised area that is centralised and accommodating the local plan, of which the primary substation build will accommodate. The location also provides efficient electrical connection, as the 33 kV required to energise are already in situ in Heath Road. The construction energisation of the site is to facilitate the Breckland Council's local plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We can go back to main screen, please.
Becky, over to assist.
Thank you. Okay. Members got any questions at all on this? I think it's fairly clear cut. It's a very necessary thing within the area. No, good. Okay, so the officer's recommendation on this one is one of approval. Could I have a show of hands, please? Oh no, we're not showing hands. I do apologise. Julie, go for it. Recommendation is approval. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson,
For approval.
Councillor Atterwill,
For.
Councillor Bowes,
For.
Councillor Chapman Allen,
For.
Councillor Clark,
For.
Councillor Crane,
For.
Councillor Digan,
For.
Councillor Gilbert,
For.
Councillor Kybird,
For.
and Councillor Martin.
For.
Thank you, Chairman. That's unanimous.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we go to Swaffham, item 10F, 3PL 2020 0729. We should have Rachel Morley, the applicant, joining us. And then I hand over to you, please, Fiona. Yeah,
Sorry, apologies. I lost my mute button.
that's okay. Have we? Rachel Morley's there. Thank you. Can you carry on, please, Fiona?
Great. Okay, so we have a outline planning application with details of appearance, layout, landscaping and scale to be approved today for 185 dwellings at Norwich Road, Swaffham. So you can see the application site here in the red line. It's immediately adjacent. It's within the settlement boundary of Swaffham and is a site allocated for housing in our adopted development plan. And the land levels fall from the north down to the south of the application site. And here is the layout plans. And on this plan, you can see all the different house types shown by different colours. So you can see there's a good amount of variation. And this is the northern parcel. You can see the access which was approved at the outline and via Norwich Road, and there's also a separate access for pedestrians and cyclists on the left-hand side of the screen, connecting to Norwich Road also. And the southern parcels. And here you can see there's 2 attenuation lagoons within the open space. There's also a leap proposed and a trim trail. The exact details of this to be determined via a separate discharge of Section 106 obligation, but it gives you the high level ideas of where they will be and what they will comprise. And here's some of the house types. So you can see they're fairly traditional, but with some nice design features, porches, arched lintels, coloured doors and garages, and a reasonable amount of variation as well. 2 different roof tile colours. And during the course of the application, they amended some of the elevations to include flint, which was suggested by the Town Council to tie in the development with the wider Swaffham urban area. And that's on a few different house types. And this is Norwich Road. So you can see the existing hedge, the majority of which will be retained. This is Rookery Farm, just to approximately the north of the access point. And the site photo, you can see it's quite an expansive open site with some of the existing neighbours visible beyond. And we have examined it. It accords with the Section 106 requirements, including the amount of open space. It provides the appropriate amount of affordable housing, which was 25%. The housing officer is satisfied with the mix of affordable and where they are within the sites. The public right-of-way, as was allowed in the Section 106, has been realigned, and the public right-of-way officer at Norfolk County Council was satisfied with the proposals. We had quite a few changes during the course of the application to improve the appearance and usability of the development. So as previously mentioned, that was the elevation design, and they also changed the drainage strategy to pull the attenuation basins away from the middle of the open space so that there's a larger usable open space. And we are also recommending a detailed condition on the planting up of the attenuation lagoons so that there are positive ecological and visual features within the open space. We have checked the internal space standards of the dwelling and they meet the national requirements, which is also required by our policy. And they have pulled away some of the dwellings from the site edges, and that's so that there's some ancient and veteran trees along the boundaries, and that's so their root protection areas won't be damaged and they won't be harmed. So most of those are within the public realm, except for one, which is in a rear garden, and we've conditioned that they get an information pack about that tree so they understand its importance and that they know how to look after it. So we are able to recommend approval today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we've got Rachel Morey, who's the applicant, to speak. I'm trying to find you on my screen. Oh, there you are.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Morey. I am a planner at the Barratt Cambridgeshire Division and speaking today to support the officer's recommendation of approval for our reserve matter scheme at Norwich Road, Swaffham. As noted in your officer's report, we are seeking the approval of layout, scale, appearance and landscaping for the development of 185 dwellings. The site already benefits from outline planning permission where the principle of development was established. There is an approved outline parameters master plan of which our development fully accords. Pre-application discussions were undertaken with Breckland officers, County Highways and Swaffham Town Council. Due to COVID-19, no public consultation took place. Instead, we leafleted over 130 properties with 17 residences responding. We have also engaged with Swaffham Town Council further throughout the determination of the application and addressed their comments and requests accordingly. We have over-provided the required 1.5 hectares of public open space, which is central to the development and includes an equipped area of play, space for older children to play ball games and a trim trail. The open space and drainage infrastructure will be adopted by a management company as the council and town council did not want to adopt it when offered. The site will benefit from 1 to 2 storey dwellings with 1 to 4 bedrooms, including the required 25% affordable housing, which is distributed across the site in small clusters. All of the dwellings are nationally described space standard compliant. The proposed materials reflect the local vernacular of Swaffham, and the palette includes flint on the prominent elevations of 24 plots, a range of pastel coloured front doors and garages, brick arch details, and a variety of brick and roof types. All dwellings have sufficient parking in accordance with Breckland's parking standards, including on-plot frontage and tandem parking. Covered bicycle storage is proposed for all dwellings, and 23 visitor parking spaces are spread across the site. The existing footpath, which runs diagonally through the site, linking Norwich Road and North Pickenham Road, is to be diverted and re-provided through the public open space. The Town Council and Ramblers requested the right-of-way fork at the northwest of the site, with a cycle path continuing through the new emergency access and the footpath linking to the existing public right-of-way onto Norwich Road. As discussed with the Town Council, we intend to commemorate the significance of the footpath, known as Monk's Path, and include an information board when diversion is completed. We have sought to ensure a substantial amount of landscaping is retained where possible and have provided new landscaping throughout the site. This includes the retention of some veteran trees, and whilst we are only pruning or removing other trees to ensure safety of visibility displays and to make way for the new emergency access from Norwich Road. Along the western boundary with Hillside, a fast-growing species of tree is proposed in the rear of each of the gardens, as well as a 1.8 metre close board fence to provide buffering to the existing dwellings. As noted in your planning officer's report, there are no technical objections from statutory stakeholders and interested parties, and the delivery of 185 new homes in public open space will help meet the local and regional housing need, including affordable, and will be beneficial to Swaffham. We hope that you are able to support the officer's recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You went over by 2 seconds. Don't worry. Before I go, members, just to let you know, we've also got Mr. Chittock here. He's here just to answer questions, as far as my information is. If you ask him more than 3 questions, then apparently they're going to let him out of the loft and allow him to go and play in the garden. Okay, open to questions from members. Councillor Kybird, then Councillor Crane, then Councillor Gilbert, and then Councillor Atterwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I note that Swaffham Town Council have expressed reservations about the quality of flint work, and but that's not mentioned in the proposed conditions. It's normally dealt with by a term of knapped flint laid in the traditional manner, because some of these prefabricated flint-faced blocks can look pretty awful if they're not dealt with properly. There was a suggestion from Swaffham Town Council that a test panel should be approved by the Conservation Officer. Could officers comment, please?
So we have added a condition, number 3, that no development shall commence above the laying of foundations until precise details, including samples where requested by the LPA, of the materials used in the construction of the external walls and roofs of the development are hereby yada yada yada. Sorry. So basically that condition requires them to submit the actual brick type, details of the flint and the roof type. So whilst we've said yes, this area can be brick, this area can be flint, the exact materials still need to be submitted and approved. And yes, I'm aware that flint panels don't necessarily look as attractive as flint laid in the traditional manner. So we can look at that. We could update the condition. I don't know if the applicant would object to that or not.
Yeah, if I can just cover that. I think the concerns raised by the town council are that some of the prefabricated panels, if they're not fully pointed, then you can clearly see they're prefabricated panels. It's unlikely with the, we've got houses to deliver on this site that we are going to be able to get the required skills to do these in a traditionally laid and knapped flint. So they are likely to be prefabricated panels, but they will be fully pointed. We have provided pictures already to Breckland to show that it's indistinguishable from traditionally laid flint. And we are suggesting that we will build a trial panel on site to be approved by officers prior to us commencing works above ground as in line with the condition.
Thank you. Was that you covered off, Rebecca, or did you have a question?
Councillors, I suggest we add a note to the permission, because the condition already requires the details and materials to be submitted. So I suggest we add a note with regards to the flint panels to the decision notice.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Crane, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I looked in quite a lot of detail about the boundaries of this site, and I can see that on the southeast boundary that goes adjacent to the allotments, that there's going to be post and rail fencing. Is that, I think I'm right, I read that right. What I really would like to see there, because it backs onto some farmland and onto the allotments, is some native hedging planted alongside this post and rail, so that we have some corridors for wildlife. I wonder if the applicant could see if that could be done, please.
That's Rachel Morey or Mr. Chittock.
Yeah, so we have included an enhanced landscaping scheme on the site, and with regards to ecology, we have provided an extensive sort of gain to ecology on the site already. I'm just wondering, I mean, we're open to providing some more hedging. I'm just trying to see where you were talking about on the site. Is it next to the site near, part of the site near North Pickenham Road?
Yeah, it's the Councillor Crane's referring to the bottom corner.
Well, the bottom corner,
right,
that goes up towards the eastern angle, and the allotments are there. It backs onto the allotments and the farmland, and that's where when I looked at the plans of what was going to be on the border of the site, the treatments and the borders, that said that was going to be post and rail fencing, which I've got. I don't mind post and rail fencing, but I would like to see that underplanted or planted next to it, close to it, native hedging along there.
Yeah, that's fine. We've not got a problem with that. The posting rounds at the request of the existing landowner who's still got obviously fields surrounding this,
yeah,
and has got concern about obviously sheep. So the posting rounds for the protection of his livestock, but we're happy to plant a native hedge in front of that fence. It's not a problem.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Sorry, Rebecca, please, and then Fiona.
Yeah, all I was going to say, again, all I was going to say before the applicant comes in, you've already got a boundary and a landscaping condition, so we'll add to the note on the permission to consider that as part of the discharge of those conditions.
Yeah, was that what you were going to say, Fiona?
No, it doesn't contradict what Becky says, but they've suggested planting quite a large number of trees along that boundary in front of the fence. So it isn't a hedge, but there will be quite a lot of greenery. So, but yes, we could change the condition if a hedge was preferred.
Yeah, okay, something to be looked at. Councillor Gilbert, please.
Thank you, Chairman. My first question has been answered about the emergency access. I see that is there, so I'm quite happy on that. I see this, the outline application is dated 2015. Section 106 was completed and dated on 30th of January 2020. So that's sort of 5 years. Can you tell me when were details of the open space provision discussed by members of the planning committee? And once again, how much of the open space is taken up by attenuation ponds? Because looking at the plans, I can't determine what is an attenuation pond, what is could be a trim trail, and what is could be something else. Can you point out somebody point out the actual attenuation ponds, please?
Okay, thank you. I think I know what Rebecca's going to say. Rebecca.
Thank you, Chairman. So we can't reconsider the amount of open space at this stage. That was set in the Section 106 at the outline stage, and in terms of amount, with regards to the Section 106, this development is in compliance. You can, however, as a detailed reserve matter, consider the layout, and I'll let Fiona explain to you with regards to the attenuation ponds.
Fiona. No, you need to put your thing on. We're not very good at lip reading. Terrible thing, but there.
Sorry. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah.
So this here is one of the attenuation lagoons adjacent to the allotment gardens.
Yeah.
And this is the second attenuation lagoon. These kind of circles are ponds, so they'll always have water in them. And the lagoons will sometimes have them, sometimes not. And they'll be planted up in accordance with a scheme to agreed via condition. They are suggesting a leap here and a trim trail along the public right of way. And then there's this open space here, which is a large area for casual use, but is also big enough for casual children play with ball games.
So what percentage of that open space is taken up by attenuation ponds?
That's not something I'm going to be able to work out quick enough to answer you, unfortunately, because I'd have to measure them and work out the percentage, which would take maybe 10 minutes.
I think these are details which I think would be handy to have on presentations like this in future. If it could be arranged to include it in the officers' reports, that would be very helpful.
Noted.
Sorry, if I can just jump in. Sorry to butt in and not come out of it. So the silting ponds that Fiona's mentioned, they're excluded from the open space calculation. So the 1.5 hectares is what we class as usable open space. It does include the larger infiltration basins, which in heavy rainfall events will have water in, but most of the year round they will be dry, and they have shallow banks, so people are allowed to walk into them, play on the banks, etc. So they've been designed in a way and landscaped in a way that they are a usable part of the open space, because what we didn't want to do, as is seen on other developments in the area, is have a very deep all-round...
Can I please interrupt, if I may? Can I please interrupt? You're answering a question that has been asked, but it's not, A, the question wasn't asked of you, and B, it's not a question that is relevant to this application. So if we could please move on.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to add that the attenuation ponds are at the far end of the site because the land falls away quite considerably. That was the only thing I was going to add to that. I've got Councillor Attwell, please.
Two things. These swales or basins, not the ponds, but the basins, are they going to be fenced in at all? Is there fencing around those? I don't know what depth of water you're expecting. And also, I see that Swaffham Town Council have asked if we could condition the trim trail because they'd like to have further discussions with the planners and the applicant regarding the layout of the trim trail, I think. So could that be conditioned, please?
There is a requirement in the Chairman, it's Rebecca, sorry. There is a requirement in the Section 106 agreement for the details of the open space to be agreed with the council, and the trim tail will be part of that specification. And also any treatments to the swales will be done through the boundary treatments condition. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Chairman, can I come back on that?
Yes. Far away.
Yeah, so the swale, it's going to be conditioned in the Section 106 agreement, I think you just said, regarding these swales. Do we know, perhaps the applicant can tell me now, what anticipated depth of water there would be in the event of a storm? They'll be dry sometimes during the year, other times of the year they will be full. So what capacity, what depth are these swales?
It will depend obviously on the rainfall, the depth of water, but it's only in a storm event. So the stilling ponds will have a metre, usually a metre depth of water at all times. So our intention is that with the ROSPA report assessment, they will be fenced off, the smaller ponds, but the larger ones will only be in a storm event, and it will depend on obviously the amount of water and the ground conditions at the time as the water will infiltrate through. So it depend.
What is the depth of those swales?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'll have to get back on that.
That's technically issue. I'm not sure where the relevance with regards to the application. I can understand where you're coming from, Councillor. Can I move on to Councillor Bowes, please? Did you have a question?
No, I didn't.
Oh, sorry. I do apologise. Councillor Attwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I have an answer to the question? Can somebody tell me what the depth of the swales are going to be, please?
Do we have anyone here technical? Rebecca, have you got technical detail?
We haven't got the technical detail, but this is all explained in paragraph 2.7 of the officer report, which sets out that the two small ponds, which aren't included in the open space provision, will be permanently wet and outside the layout for open space. The larger basins, which are considered a part of the layout for open space, are only likely to be wet in storm events. However, due to the steepness of their banks, they won't form accessible open space. And it's recommended that a detailed planting condition is applied so the planting up of these basins can be secured. So they are steep and deep, and we recognise that. However, I'd refer you back to policy EMV04, which does allow these elements to form part of your open space and your layout and your appearance. And it does say that open space should be taken to mean all open space of public value, including such elements of this that provide important opportunities for recreation and visual amenity, and for an opportunity in the text for enhancing ecology. And on that basis, given the amount of open space that is proposed with this development and has been highlighted by the applicant, that we consider there is sufficient usable open space and different types of open space, and that the swales count as visual amenity and ecological value, which is important to that overall layout of the open space in accordance with the EMV04.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Attwell.
Yeah, all I was really trying to establish, Chairman, is how deep they're going to be, because I would think that we would have some kind of design guide that if they were of a certain depth, whether they're dry some time of the year and other times of the year they have got water in them, whether they would require some kind of fencing around them. If they require some kind of fence around them from a safety aspect, then you can't really deem them as open space because they're enclosed. That was the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Okay. I think we need to look into that issue, please, Rebecca. Fiona, far away.
So we have 2 drawings that provide this information, which is Pond 1 details and cross-section, Pond 2 details and cross-section. So for infiltration basin 2, which is the most southern one, it has a bed level, which is the bottom of, and sorry, then up to the bank level, it's 1.5 meters at its deepest point. And then the other basin is similar. I'm not sure if, as from a safety point of view, whether we need a railing. At the moment, the landscape plan suggests that we do need a railing around the ponds, but not against the attenuation basins, and that's something that we'd look at as part of the condition. And whilst people may not be able to walk into them, they will still have a key ecological and visual and positive impact. So they do still form part of the open space, even though you can't actually walk into them. Our policy doesn't exclude those from being part of open space, and that is both our old policy and our current policy.
Okay, thank you. Concerns have been raised. If we can do that through condition, then please. I've got Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, Chairman. I need to get my head around it. I think we've just had 2 conflicting statements. And we've just heard that the large ponds will be steep-sided, and yet the applicant said they will be shallow-sided, so you could actually walk into them. Am I correct, or are we talking about 2 different things? Can we have some guidance on whether the large ponds, which are basically only fill up when there is storm water, are they shallow-sided so that people can walk into them, or steep-sided that would need railings?
Okay, thank you. Fiona?
So the case officer in the planning department disagreed with the applicant. We thought it was too steep for people to use it. However, there's more than one way that you can discourage people from going into the basins. So it could be done via landscaping plants, structural planting, or it could be done via a railing. But we're satisfied that this needs to be further explored via a detailed condition, which we've added on to the committee report. So we need to know the exact species of planting, etc. But our assessment is they're not going to be they're going to be too steep for them to be regularly used by the public.
Okay, I think that's fairly clear going forward. Any further questions from members, please? No. Okay, thank you. Can I just have a show of hands from members that you've all listened and understood everything that's going on? I hope. Yes, that's everyone. Okay. Okay, on this item for Swaffham, item 10F, which is 3PL 2020-0729. Your officer's recommendation on this one is approval. Julie, can you take the roll on approval, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson?
For approval.
Councillor Atterwill?
For.
Councillor Bowes?
For.
Councillor Chapman-Allen?
For.
Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Crane?
For.
Councillor Dygan?
For.
Councillor Gilbert?
For.
Councillor Kybird?
For.
And Councillor Martin?
For.
Thank you, Chairman. That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. This item is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Okay, we're moving on to 10G, 3PL 2020-0456 at Thetford. We should have the agent joining us, Derek Squibb. He should be there somewhere. Can we just wait and just make sure he is here?
Bottom right on my screen, Chairman.
He's there, but there's nothing. I haven't got anything there apart from a nice sort of yellowy limey coloured brick wall.
Sorry, yeah.
Maybe it's gone to the toilet. Mr. Squibb, are you there? Ah, here we are. Sit down, sir. Sit down. There we go. Right, we've got you here, sir. Thank you. Okay, can I hand over to Fiona for this one, please?
Right, third time the charm, guys. So this is a full planning application for a new coffee shop, restaurant, with drive-through facility and associated customer parking facilities, and it's land adjacent to the Thetford service station east petrol station, and it forms part of the edge of Thetford Forest. So you can see it here, it's currently Scott Pine forestry plantation, and you can see it's just off the A11. And here you can see it's outside but close to the settlement boundary of Thetford, and that the applicant owns the garage and some of the wider land as well. This is existing block plan. And here you can see how it's going to cut into the forest but leave some of the trees to provide screening at the front of the site, and it will share the access with the existing petrol station. And here we have the layout. So you can see we've got disabled parking, motorcycle parking, a pedestrian crossing, and the usual drive-through situation in the delivery area, together with some areas of landscaping where the access to the existing road is. And you can see we do have some changes in levels, with it being lower down than the petrol station. And here's the building. It's fairly simple, but we feel it is complementary to the woodland setting, with quite subtle and mature materials, including wooden cladding. Here we have the interior. So as you'll have seen in the report, they have to take down a fairly large area of Scott Pine planting, which we raised as a concern, and they were able to propose mitigation planting on land that the applicant owns. So you can see the application site in yellow and the mitigated planting area in green. So you can see the area in green, the trees have failed or it's not as densely planted. So the idea is they clear that smaller area of 0.1 hectares, and then they replant it with native species that would have a greater ecological benefit. So we have assessed this, but unfortunately, because of it being a smaller area than the application site, it has considerably less carbon retention benefits, which is ways against the application's favour, albeit it is better in terms of its ecological benefit. So that's a factor for members to consider today in their recommendation. Here's the existing garage, and this is where the new access will punch through. So we are recommending refusal today for 2 reasons, which is the loss of the Scott Pine trees, and without sufficient mitigation planting to justify this loss, which means that the application doesn't accord with policy ENV or 6, together with TH 21 of the Thetford Area Action Plan, which also forms part of our adopted development plan. And we also have insufficient ecological information for the mitigated planted area. So at the moment it has a couple of trees and plants such as ferns. The ecological survey didn't cover this area, and therefore we don't know whether there are any protected species or its biodiversity value, and therefore we don't have sufficient information to come to a reasoned conclusion on that aspect, which is not in accordance with the requirements of policy ENV or 2. And the Habitats and Species Regulation 2017, or the EU Habitats Directive 1992. And therefore we are recommending refusal, and considering that, we have considered the ecological benefits. We did have one additional comment come through, after the committee report was published, which is from, apologies, just get up my notes. And Terry Jeremy, a Norfolk County Councillor. So he's written in support of the application. He's raised that the tree officer comments that the trees were planted as a crop as part of forestry operations, and thus their loss was in some ways accepted when you're planting crops, and that the application would bring economic benefits. He concludes that if the committee is minded to approve, that he encourages you to require a greater number of bins because they have an issue of rubbish in this wider area, and that also that he asks for signage on the leisure and cultural opportunities available within Thetford itself. The bin one certainly is a reasonable condition. I guess the signage could be a planning benefit if you thought that tipped the balance. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, terrific. Mr. Squibb. Oh, sorry. Councillor Bowes, do you have a question before we go to the applicant, the agent? No? Okay, sorry, jumping the gun a little bit. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Squibb, who's the agent? You've got 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. During the course of this application, there was an indication that a recommendation for approval could be anticipated. However, compliance concerns with policy ENV06 were later raised with regard to the amount of trees removed. Consequently, there is a current recommendation for refusal. Reference was made to a general statement from the trees and hedgerows section of the local plan. Whilst there is nothing in the policy wording that expressly requires or demands that benefits of atmospheric pollution are provided by calculation for a planning application, nonetheless, carbon catch potential calculations for the trees were requested. The calculations submitted show that the proposed tree removal and replanting provided the result of an 85% towards meeting equivalence. Furthermore, Breckland Council's tree and countryside consultant did not object to the proposal based on the details provided within the tree survey provided. The submitted carbon calculations clearly demonstrate that the complete loss of carbon retention is protected by the offered tree replacement plan. This should be accepted to satisfactorily meet the intentions of and the principal aim of the policy. There will be minimal and arguably unnoticeable disturbance or appearance within the considerable amount of existing tree coverage within the applicant's land and the large forest surrounding this site. It is important to consider the balance between just accepting the recommendation to refuse or to thoughtfully consider the more important and valuable advantages of introducing a worthwhile facility to Thetford. The mismatch between what the planning officers require and what is practical to achieve this proposal should not be an insurmountable stumbling block to granting approval. It is important to evaluate these applications' positive advantages. It will create a good number of additional employment opportunities in the area. It will support local commerce, add spending revenue in the area and make tourism visitors aware of Thetford. Along this stretch of the A11, the nearest rest facilities are at Barton Mills. And going east, the next rest facilities are roughly 27 miles away at Attleborough. The application site is ideally placed approximately halfway between Barton Mills and Attleborough, and it is generally recognised that Trunk Road should have a service area every 14 miles. We therefore respectfully request that the approval be granted. Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Chapman-Allen, you've got your hand up. Is that?
Yes, I have, Chairman.
Okay, I'll take you, and then Councillor Bowes, please.
Okay, Chairman, thank you. Chairman, I would note that given the green agenda that's being pushed forward at the moment, i.e. zero emissions, electric charging points, etc., in garages, it's a much needed, as drivers will have to wait whilst their vehicles are charged. And they need somewhere to sit, they need somewhere to relax, they need somewhere to wait. And quite frankly, I think it's a no-brainer. And even though, as you know, I am a tree hugger, I don't feel the removal of this small amount of trees beside the vast Thetford forest will have any adverse effect. After all, as Councillor Jeremy said, it is a plantation. And we're not talking about trees of substantial can't get my tongue around it, ecological values such as oaks and things like that, Chairman. So, as I say, I'm not concerned about the removal of the tree aspect. And I think that it will be a good thing to have it ahead of, or slightly ahead of the game, as far as all these electric charging points which garages are going to have to put in. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bowes, please.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'd just like to draw members' attention to the council's tree consultant's comments, and which he did not have a problem with the removal of those trees. And I'm one for saving trees, but I think common sense needs to prevail here. And as Councillor Chapman-Allen said, if you look at the area on Google Maps satellite and zoom out, you get a very good perspective of how small this area is in comparison to the larger context of Thetford Forest. And the Forestry Commission, are these actually Forestry Commission trees? Because if so, then they are virtually a commercial crop rather than something that's going to be there for a while anyway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca, please.
Yeah, these trees are shown to be within the ownership of the applicant, so they're outside of that crop. They're within the ownership of the applicant and therefore the garage. We think, just to be really clear, what officers are saying here is that we are not saying the principle of development or the need for an expansion of the economy in this location is unacceptable. We are saying to you members that we feel this is a missed opportunity to get a better mitigation proposal from this development. We're not objecting to the removal of those trees. We're saying that only a third of replanting for the amount, so what 0.1 hectares for 2.7 hectares of removal is a missed opportunity in terms of mitigation. And we consider that the applicants could offer an improved mitigation, which involved planting elsewhere, perhaps within Thetford and not within the forest, that would really enhance the area. So members, we're not objecting to the principle. We think it's a missed opportunity to provide a good mitigation scheme in response to the loss of trees. And also members, please do not forget that there is also an ecology objection and reason for refusal on the application.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Gilbert, Councillor Kybird, then Councillor Clark, please, in that order.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm in agreement with what's been said. The Tree and Countryside officer said that these trees were planted as a crop, so they will be coming down at some time anyway. Natural England have no objection. Highways England have no objection. But also I'd like to pick up for another objection in the report, the principle of development, that town centres are the preferred location for food use, and that so therefore this is outside of any settlement boundary, would not be suitable for food use. Well, do you really expect people on a journey from Yarmouth to London or London to Yarmouth would drive into Thetford to get a cup of coffee and a sandwich, or would they much rather have it where they can stop on the motorway or A road as it is, rather than drive into town? I cannot see why there's any objection to this application at all. Thank you.
Rebecca, please.
Yeah, just to repeat, we're not objecting in principle to the application, Councillor Gilbert, or it to being in this location. We are objecting to the suitable mitigation for the loss of those trees and on ecology grounds.
Okay, Councillor Kybird, please.
I'd like to support what's already been said, that there's 73 million trees in Thetford Forest, most of which is Scots or Corsican pines. So the mitigation offered is a biodiversity improvement, even though the carbon capture is slightly less. And has been said, the regular rest areas are a positive contribution to public safety. So I cannot support the officer recommendation on this.
Thank you. I'm sure you went out many weekends and counted the 73 million, make sure that was exact. Okay,
that was what it was in the 60s anyway.
Okay, I've got Councillor Clark, please.
Not for me now, Chairman. My question's been answered by other members.
Okay. Terrific, thank you very much. Any more questions from members? No? Okay. Well, this is when I ask you to put your hands up if you've heard, but we've lost Councillor Daigan for quite a considerable time. So Councillor Daigan, I need to know if you've been following the transmission at all. If not, I'm going to have to exclude you from voting. You seem to have frozen out. I think you're having complications here somewhere.
Yes, I've been listening to it all, and I've just now transferred to my county computer because I can't do it all.
Yep. Okay. So you're
Hello?
prepared to vote, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I want was clarification. All right. Can I have a show of hands, members? Is everyone's understood
Yes,
and
I've been
followed
listening to it.
Thank you. Okay, that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. We understand that you can hear. That's fine by us. So with regards to item 10G, which is 3PL 2020-0456 at Thetford, your officer's recommendation on this one is one of refusal. So Julie, could you take the roll for refusal, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson,
Against the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Atterwell,
For refusal.
Councillor Bowes,
Against the recommendation.
Councillor Chapman Allen,
Against the recommendation.
Councillor Clark,
Against refusal.
Councillor Crane,
Against the recommendation.
Councillor Daigan,
Councillor Daigan, can you hear us now or not? Can we carry on, Julie, and come back, see if we can get him at the end?
Against. Have you heard?
Oh, against.
against the recommendation.
Against.
Thank you.
Have you heard?
Thank you.
Hello.
Councillor Gilbert,
Oh, gone.
Against the recommendation.
Councillor Kybird,
Against the recommendation.
and Councillor Martin.
Against the recommendation.
Against. Oh, gone.
Thank you, Chairman. That's one vote for refusal and 9 against the officer's
Yep,
recommendation.
that's what I made it. Thank you. Okay. So from the floor, someone put forward your reasons and for wanting to approve this item. Councillor Crane, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would say that the economic benefits far outweigh the small loss of trees that will be mitigated to some extent by the ones that are replanted, especially if they are different varieties that are perhaps better than the Scots pine that are there. I'm sorry, that's a bit long-winded.
Oh, very well put. Rebecca, would you like to come in there?
And the ecology reason for refusal, councillors.
Ecology reasons well added to anyone can. Councillor Wilkinson.
Yeah, we accept the ecology loss. We accept what is there. And as a policy as well, Breckland District Council does support local business.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, Rebecca.
I think I've heard that the economic benefit outweighs the ecological loss, and members may wish for us to apply conditions that helps with ecological enhancement. May.
Yes, that's what it sounds like to me. Okay, I'm happy with that. Julie, could you take the roll again, please? This time with the recommendation from the floor of approval, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson,
For approval.
Councillor Atterwell,
Against.
Councillor Bowes,
For.
Councillor Chapman Allen,
For approval.
Councillor Clark,
For.
Councillor Crane,
For.
Councillor Daigan,
He's left.
Yeah, we've lost him totally now.
Councillor Gilbert,
For.
Councillor Kybird
For.
and Councillor Martin.
For approval.
Thank you. That's one against approval and the remainder for.
Yeah, okay, and I make that 8. Rebecca,
Are we delegating conditions?
delegating condition members happy with that? Yes, thank you. Okay, that's approved. Thanks, Mr. Squibb, for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We move on to item 8, 10H at Yaxham, which is 3PL 2020-1097. We should have with us Ian Martin from the Parish Council. And we should have Maggie O'Shell from the Neighbourhood Plan for Yaxham Working Group. We should have Chris Cooves, who's an objector. We should have Graham Smith, who's the agent, and Timothy Hay, who's the applicant, and Councillor Paul Clayson, who's the ward rep. I hope you're all in with us, and it's over to Chris Hobson to do the presentation, please. Interference. Can everyone make sure if they're joining us that they've got their microphones off, that you are actually on to mute? Everybody, we're getting some back. Mr. Smith, I can see you're not on mute yet. Can we go back to main screen, please, Chris? Can you put us back to main screen so I can see?
Apologies.
Okay, I think we went in a bit too quick there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, everyone's gone on to mute now, so that means whatever it was, we have corrected it. Sorry, Chris, can we do the presentation now then, please?
Yeah. Apologies, Chair. Right, that should be with you now. Yeah, so item 10H in Yaxham. So we're at the Yaxham Waters Holiday Park. So that's indicated by the red dot there. So located to the west of Dereham Road. We can see the site in relationship to the village of Yaxham. The settlement boundaries edge red, and the site itself touches the northwestern boundary of the site. We've got residential properties bordering the southeast, and we can see the arrow here. Here's the site, and the access to the site is through the existing holiday park. In this direction, we've got existing holiday lodges, and we've got the cafe and bistro, which will show in more detail here, which is closed at the moment. Car parking, existing lodges, and just to note, there's a recent permission for 13 additional lodges here in this location, reference the middle field. So we have the Mid Norfolk Railway running immediately to the west of the site, and residential properties to the southeast, which we'll discuss in more detail shortly. So there's the site itself, so we can see the red access through the existing holiday park, and the site known as the Prize Field down at the southern edge here. So talk you through some of the site photographs. So that's the existing Prize Field. So there is an existing permission on the site. So what we're looking at today is the use of the site for 17 holiday lodges, albeit there is permission for 6 lodges on this site, and we'll see those there. You can see those there. So there's one of the lodges. So relatively flat site. So work's underway. We've got vegetation to site boundaries. Looking southwards there. So Fieldings Drive is beyond those trees. There's the some of the existing bases for the 6 lodges already permitted on this area. We've got the Central Lake, backwards. So running around that lake is the main loop road with the lodges off either end. And this is towards the southeastern boundary. So we're looking towards 9 Prize Grove. So apologies, that should read 9 Prize Grove. And back towards 8 Prize Grove. Centrally, Fieldings Drive to the right. Another image of plot 1. So going back to the proposals, as mentioned, we're looking at an intensification of the use. So there's the permitted site layout on Prizefield, so showing 6 lodges. What's now proposed is increasing that by 11, so 17 in total. The blue ones are those already consented to. In terms of the lodges, so they'll be the same as those already permitted on site. Go through those 2-bed lodges, slightly different designs, some single units, made up of single units, some having a double unit, so they come in 2 separate units and constructed on site. That's the proposed drainage strategy. So in terms of the application, it's received objections from the parish council. There's also been 12 objections from the local community and neighbouring landowners. In terms of the issues raised, that's detailed within the committee report in front of you, and the supplementary report. In addition to that, we've had Anglian Water confirm the proposed drainage strategy, which would use enhanced facilities at the site, recently implemented, is acceptable. So it would connect to the mains flow system and utilise a pumping station provided for on site by the applicant. And they've confirmed that that is acceptable. In terms of the key issues raised, in terms of the principle, we're obviously looking at an enhanced, improved for provision of holiday lodges here. So, so what's the proposal's kind of moving away from some of the more traditional kind of camping and caravan use of the site. So, in terms of the proposals, it's 11 additional lodges. It's meeting a need in terms of a change in the kind of tourism market. We acknowledge, with policy ECO7, that there is support for enhancing tourism accommodation and facilities in the district. The proposals would meet those tests in terms of the environment and infrastructure locally can support those the additional trips and visitor demand. The proposals are considered to be a suitable scale and form to their location. With the additional spend, the proposals would there would be a gain in terms of to the local economy. So, in broad terms, the proposals are considered to comply with policy ECO7. One of the key impacts locally in terms of the local parish council and residents is amenity. So we show those residents to the southeast, so at Priors Grove here and Fieldings Drive. Now the proposals include planting and landscaping here, so additional planting. What officers are proposing is to continue the condition to secure further planting to continue that up to the intervening boundary with Priors Grove, so up to this point here. And having regard to the site context in terms of the holiday park use as a whole to the north, given the kind of characteristics of the use and the residential properties here, and the intervening distances and the landscaping, it's considered those impacts aren't unacceptable and compliant with the policies and the local plan. Now we'll show photos shortly in terms of the residents, and conditions are included to ensure that there is control over lighting in addition to that. I'll move on to those shortly. In terms of other aspects, we've touched on flood risk and drainage. In terms of surface water drainage, there have been issues locally. Now there has been a meeting before Christmas with various agencies, and the comments from the lead local flood authority follow that, and they've raised no objections. Now what the proposals do is provide for surface water attenuation for the Priors Field site, which is to the south, and the Middlefield site, which is already permitted. So They do address the impacts from both sites. Now, proposals do attenuate to Greenfield runoff rates, so in terms of rates, there won't be any increase over the natural flows in terms of rate. And in terms of the proposed design, it wouldn't obstruct the flow from the ordinary water course running through the site. So the lead local flood authority haven't objected. In terms of recent issues, we have been to site last week and confirmed that the works agreed before Christmas have taken place, which removed an obstruction to the ordinary water course. In terms of the foul water drainage, as mentioned, Anglian Water have raised no objections to the proposals. The condition secures both surface water drainage and foul water connections to be completed prior to first occupation. In terms of the broader landscape and design, noting where the proposals are in relation to existing lodges, their kind of overall layout and in terms of design, the spacing, and also in relation to the screening or to all boundaries, it's considered as proposals won't cause significant harm to the landscape and character of the surrounding countryside. And in terms of access, those proposals are acceptable. The Highways Authority don't raise objections to the access and trips onto the highway. So whilst comments in relation to trips additional northwards are raised, it's not considered those impacts are severe or would amount to unacceptable in terms of highway safety. In terms of the scheme overall, then the proposals are considered to accord with the policies in the local plan. They provide for gain in terms of the local economy, and the application is recommended for approval subject to those conditions within the committee report and on pages 128 to 133. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay, if we go back to full screen, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Councillor Ian Martin, please, who's representing the Parish Council. I believe in your position as chairman, if that's correct. I'm not sure.
That's correct, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The council accepts the principle of development on this field. Has already been established by the previous permission for six lodges. What it doesn't accept is an almost threefold increase to 17 on this site. It is the last green open space on the park and is the only area to abut the settlement of Yaxham. This application is therefore very highly sensitive. In the council's view, it represents overdevelopment of this field to the detriment of the character and open nature of the holiday park and the amenity of immediate neighbours. There are 29 lodges on the original area of the park, plus 6 permitted on this field. Last year, the last open area, the last open middle field was the subject of an application for 28 lodges. This was reduced to 13 lodges so that, to quote the officer report, the proposals would not have a significant adverse impact on the character and openness of the site and surrounding countryside and rural landscape. We now have this application for Priors Field, which is similar in area and size to the neighbouring Middlefield application permitted last year. The number of lodges here, if permitted on the recommendation, is 17. If Middlefield was capped at 13 lodges, in order to minimise the harm to the character and openness of the site, then 13 lodges should be the maximum for Priors Field for the same reasons. This would at the least be consistent with the recent Middlefield permission, minimise the risks of overdevelopment, retain some open space for both adults and children, as the children's play area is rather small, and with appropriate screening, minimise the loss of amenity to immediate neighbours. There are other issues, such as surface water flooding, as you will hear, and contrary to the officer report and presentation, there has been no pre-existing permission on this field for camping and touring caravans. In conclusion, Chairman, the Parish Council does not oppose the development of this site. It does oppose 17 lodges as overdevelopment because of the harm to the character and openness of the site, the loss of open green space, and that it is inconsistent with the previous Middlefield permission. The Council therefore asks the committee to reject this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I've got Maggie Oshel of the Neighbourhood Plan for Yaxham Working Group, please. You'll need to, yeah, you've got
Yes,
it.
I've unmuted. Yes. Can you hear?
Yes, three minutes, please. Yes, you're
Yes.
full away.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Maggie Erxler, Chairman of the Yaxham Neighbourhood Plan Working Group. This creeping development is significantly increasing harm to the local landscape and with no benefits to the village. It would have an unacceptable effect on the residential amenity in conflict with Neighbourhood Plan Policy ECN 1. Policy ECO 8 of your local plan states that proposals should be of a suitable scale and type for their location. This large holiday park of now 48 lodges is out of keeping in a small rural village of 204 houses. Another 11 would bring the total to 59. Lodges in Middlefield and Priorsfield bring the development southwards very close to the back gardens of village residents. Floor plans include Southwold lodges, which are 4.6 metres or over 15 foot high. How is light pollution to be avoided with all windows and lights from these lodges? There are problems already with the 6 permitted. This continual piecemeal expansion is coming at a cost to neighbours, and the village itself gets absolutely nothing, except more traffic, noise and more light pollution, contrary to the Neighbourhood Plan E&B Dark Skies policy. The only benefit to the community was the cafe and the shop, both now closed. So no on-site facilities, just more lodges. Loss of open space, just more lodges. No recreation facilities created, just more lodges. So what are the holiday makers to do? Drive away to tourist attractions out of area, come back via Tesco with a barbecue and a few beers and have a party just over the fence from nearby residents. How does this meet any sustainability test? You have seen evidence of the flooding in this area of Yaxham, and para 14 of the MPPF states that development should only be allowed which does not increase flooding elsewhere. Investigations following complaints have already caused condition 10 on surface water issues to be updated by your officer. 6 lodges on Priorsfield is enough, and this further expansion should be refused because of the harm and with no benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got Chris Cooves, please, who's an objector. Trying to find him. No. What's happened?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, you're putting photos on. Okay, so yes, you have 3 minutes. Fire away.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. The last open green space that was once Priorsfield is now gone, replaced by the Priorsfield development, creating misery for residents in Priorsgrove and Fieldings Drive. Constant construction noise, chainsaws, and acrid smoke blowing across gardens has been the situation for the last 18 months. What was a dark, quiet space providing separation from the main holiday park has now been replaced by bright lighting, a large fountain running day and night, and constant anxiety of noise being created by holidaymakers in the future. Maintaining an open space aspect on Priorsfield is key to reducing the impact of this development on residents' amenity. Introducing another 11 lodges is going to negate this. Given that the neighbouring Middlefield had the number of lodges reduced from 28 to 13 to protect the character and open aspect of the site, surely this is even more important on Priorsfield site. Yaxham values its dark skies and adds to the character of our rural village. Policy ENV02, ENV03 and COM3 of the Brecon Local Plan, the Yaxham Neighbourhood Plan, Dark Skies Policy EV1 highlights the requirement to avoid light pollution in the countryside. The discharge of Condition 24 of the existing permission states that external lighting shall prevent upward and outward light radiation. This has not been achieved, as the intensity of the lighting on the site and reflective nature of the lake is bouncing light into residents' homes. As an open site, Priorsfield provided a large water catchment area that allow water to slowly permeate into the surrounding ditch network, helping to alleviate helping to alleviate surface water flooding. This development has compromised this, prompting Anglian Water to raise concerns regarding downstream flooding. Reports produced by both the LFFA and Pandacel tend to contradict one another in a way the surface water is discharged into the ditch network. This does not inspire confidence in their assumptions. Flooding has been a serious problem in Yaxham over the past few years and has resulted in residents' homes and gardens being flooded. Station and Norwich roads have also had extensive floods with raw sewage mixed in for measure. There are still a number of outstanding issues associated with this development, including the protection of amenity of residents and flooding concerns. For these reasons, I conclude that this application should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Just about spot on time, and then my phone started ringing unnecessarily. Thank you. I've got Graham Smith, please, who's the agent. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Committee, as you can see from the comprehensive report prepared by the Planning Officer, the application before you seeks planning permission to increase the number of holiday lodges which can be stationed on Priors Field, Yaxham Waters from 6 that have already been approved to 17. I do not wish to repeat the details of the report, but would like to emphasise, as you can see, that the layout of the site has been designed to minimise the impact on the surrounding area and the properties which adjoin the site. The distance of separation from residences are significant, and there is a requirement for additional tree planting, which my client is prepared to undertake. In addition to any additional provision required by conditions, the committee is requested to note that a half-acre lake has been constructed as part of the original consent and will act as a centrepiece to Priors Field and as an important biodiversity resource. The cafe on site, like other similar facilities, has closed due to COVID restrictions. The aim is to reopen this as soon as possible so that it returns to its previous role as an important local amenity for the village and surrounding area. The flood risk has been assessed and there is no objection, and there is no link between this site and the photographs which have been shown to you. The site has been connected to the AW main sewer, and all holiday units, including those proposed on the site and the cafe, will be on main drains. The development will create additional jobs for local people and bring more tourism and economic growth into the Breckland area and the county of Norfolk. All the predictions are for very high rise in the staycation and UK holidays. It is anticipated that this demand will continue. The council's own website has links to the places, activities, environment and heritage which make up the Brex experience. The holiday lodges will provide much needed holiday accommodation which visitors require to stay in the area and support local businesses. The Planning Commission is important to the continued success and sustainability of the Yaxham Waters Holiday Park. I would therefore ask the committee to support approving this application in accordance with the recommendations of the Planning Officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Paul Clowson now, who's the ward rep. 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. You've heard, committee members, the concerns from residents, from the parish council and everybody. And yes, this is overdevelopment. You've heard words that there will be jobs created. Well, there is absolutely no evidence of that. And the only evidence that the locals have seen is the closing of the shop and the closing of the cafe. There's also one thing in the report which it's sort of, yeah, I'll take you through it. So when Pablo was there, he used to moan to me every single time I saw him about 3 tanker loads of sewage having to go out every day. So Anglian Water, they've now connected up to the Anglian Water. Now, the first heavy rains that we had after those tankers stopped and it was taken through the main sewage, we've got raw sewage in Yaxham. Now, I know Anglian Water says that Mattershall has got ample capacity, but actually, if it's bubbling up in Yaxham, there's something very, very wrong, and nobody has actually come and given any answers to that whatsoever. And I think it's something that committee members really ought to address. All the other stuff is fluffy stuff around it because, well, it gave Ian a really, really nasty Christmas, let's be honest about it. So the tankers now, the Anglian Water tankers carrying sewage, take the sewage from other parts of Yaxham. Doesn't seem to make an awful lot of sense. And also we're hearing an awful lot about tourism. Well, the last time I was at Yaxham Waters, they are pretty much just for one family. You know, they are there 11 months of the year. Now that isn't tourism in the normal sense of the word. And if we talk about cumulative impact, let's just go up the road to the Tesco roundabout, because that's where everybody's going to have to go to do their shopping. There are lots of different reasons why I think this is overdevelopment. And yet, just like everybody else has said, the 6, fine. This number, overdevelopment, and really needs to be stopped. So I ask you to support the Parish Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's open to questions from members. Okay, I've got Councillor Clark and Councillor Gilbert and Councillor Crane, please.
I've just got a question to the applicant or agent for the applicant. You've mentioned that the cafe there is probably has been shut through COVID. Apart from the cafe, hopefully when you reopen, is there going to be any sort of shop facility at all? Mini shop facility on site for those people there? And in terms of the employment opportunities you mentioned, I think, if you can say how many they are. Thank you.
Mr. Smith? You're still on mute, sir.
Better?
That's it.
Yes, thank you. When the cafe opens, it will return to the facilities that it used to offer. And the site used to have something in the order of 15 part-time and 15 full-time jobs. So the cafe will re-establish itself in its former sense. I can't think that the shop will reopen. This committee gave a permission for a business use to operate out of that shop, and the shop was not economic, although it ran for quite a number of years, as everybody will remember. I've got the third question. There was a...
I think you've answered, sir, the question about the number of people there. The reasoning behind my question about the shop was thinking that potentially people, non-residents might be able to use the shop, but also, as been pointed out, people would have less need to actually go out from Yaxham, not being a service centre. People already have to go to Tesco's and other places already or get stuff delivered. So the more things you have centrally in the Yaxham, the better. So that was one of the things that I would be hoping for in the future personally. Thank you.
Right, I cannot obviously promise the shop because it was not economically viable for some time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Gilbert, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Looking at this site, the application site itself, there is no green area where anybody can play. If a family come along here and they've got a couple of kids, they would probably like to go out and kick a ball around, banging some stumps and have a little game of cricket or something. There's nothing on this site for that sort of facility, any open space. Is there any other such open space on the rest of the site?
There is some open space within the actual development. There are the fishing lakes, which you could say is a form of open space.
No.
There is a children's play area to the side of the cafe.
Can anybody point that out on one of the plans here, please?
I don't know, Chris has got a
Yeah.
plan of the site as a whole.
Yeah, bear with me.
Thanks, Chris.
Members. Yeah, so if you can see that there, I'll just run you through. So it's the proposals. Go back. Site here. So a cafe at the front here. We've got a small children's play area up here. And middle field, so there'll be lodges around this lake and along this boundary. There'll be a small area of grass here, so that'll remain open. So that was one of the issues with the previous application. And we've got the fishing lakes here.
Not a lot then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Crane, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Mine was really a question regarding the occupation or non-occupation during winter months, which is for this application is the 5th of January until the 5th of February. Is that standard for this sort of application? Because winter months makes me think of more than 30 days, really. I just wondered if that is normal or for this type of application, please.
I'm happy to respond, Chairman, if you want me to. Yeah, Councillor Crane. Yes. So, well, the way such permissions have been conditioned and controlled has changed over time. So historically, such holiday uses were restricted to the main holiday seasons. So the original permission on the prize field and other parts did have a time period. So so specifically said no occupations in the months in the winter months, so in January. What we have now in terms of new proposals, new holiday units to meet the requirements, changes in the tourism industry, is a more robust and condition which does address changes in the seasons for tourism, but does still require them to be for holiday use. So you'll see that condition number 3. So that's on page 129. So that's the up-to-date modern condition that has a series of points there. So restricts it to holiday use there's a limit on it'll be 1 calendar month per occupation, but also a register for occupations. We've also got condition 4, which does go back to the historic seasonal condition. That's to ensure that across this site, because we have historic consents and these new consents, that there is a consistent approach. So albeit there is a seasonal condition, as you said, we also have the more robust condition number 3, which deals with and ensures that they are for holiday use.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from members at all? Councillor Attawell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just come on to the issue of the sewage and Anglian Water? Because I'm reading the comments here in the officer's report, and I wouldn't say that's a full-throated yes, we're in full support of it from Anglian Water. What they're saying is there needs to be more work done on it. And I suppose what I'd like to know is I fully appreciate there were severe problems in Yaxham over the Christmas period. Ian Martin, can you just tell me how far away from Yaxham Waters the problem area was that you had with the sewage over the Christmas period? Is it in close proximity or is it some way away?
If I may, Chairman, thank you with response.
Martin, yes.
Councillor Attawell. there were a number of issues within Yaxham. The immediate ones was literally just a couple of 100 yards down the road from where Yaxham Waters is, where the main pumping station on the Norwich Road was overwhelmed by surface water, whether it was surface water ingress or surface water coming through the drains. Anglian Water have yet to establish. There are continuing investigations, but sewage was certainly bubbling up just down the road from where Yaxham Waters is. And sorry, and that hasn't happened. That hasn't happened for a number of years, and it's only now been triggered, as far as we're aware, subsequent to the Yaxham Waters being connected.
Okay, so could I just ask the officers, bearing in mind that the sewage situation in Yaxham has been a significant problem. We've all seen the pictures and everything that happened there over Christmas. Would it not be sensible to get some more work done or go for a deferment on this at the moment until such time as we get, I'd like to have a bit more surety from Anglian Water, to be honest, on this. Yes, we can condition it and officers could go away and say, well, yeah, well, Anglian Water have ticked the box. But I personally, for the people of Yaxham, I would like to see some surety that Anglian Water can say, yes, if you put these extra lodges on here, this thing isn't going to adversely affect the sewage system in the rest of the village. Clearly, there are issues there. Clearly, to me, it seems like surface water is getting into the foul drainage system. That's what normally causes the problem and overwhelms it. And I'm really uncomfortable adding to that burden at the moment and just allowing this to be a condition to be discharged. I would like something to come back to this committee, certainly more robust, Anglian Water to say, yes, absolutely, this will work. And we're confident it'll work, no problem. I think they'll be very brave to say that, but I'd like to have that surety from Anglian Water on this occasion. And with that, I've got to say, on balance, on the sewage system at the moment, I'm not willing to support it until I've got that information. Thank you.
Chris, would you like to come back to that, please?
Yeah, and this is exactly the issue I was addressing with Anglian Water over the last couple of weeks. I did get confirmation in writing last week from them. Because it appears that there's two teams there that don't necessarily talk to one another, but they did confirm that the proposed drainage strategy, so the connection into the foul network, is acceptable. So they've confirmed in writing that the proposals in terms of that, in terms of scheme, is acceptable from a foul drainage point of view, from both the connection into the foul water, but also obviously from the Mattershaw recycling centre.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith and Councillor Martin, you are here for questions if a member decides to ask you a question. So I'm not going to take you. I've got Councillor Clark and then Councillor Atwell again. Councillor Clark first, please.
Just to say, Chairman, I think some of this is finely balanced. I do concur with what Councillor Atwell has said. We don't want to make any situation in the area, which has been well documented, any worse. We know colleagues' concern about flooding, and there's also work around the whole of the county around, flooding and associated issues, with Lord Danett and others. And I wouldn't want us to press the button and say yes and find we've made that worse. I don't dispute that Anglian Water are making their comments in good faith, but I'm sure members of the committee would really want some more robust assurance on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Atwell, please.
Chairman, could I ask Mr. Martin and Mr. Smith to comment on the sewage situation, please, and then I may have a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Atwell. Can I have Councillor Martin first then, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I think Chris is absolutely right. There are different elements of Anglian Water at the moment, and maybe they should talk to each other more. But certainly we've been liaising directly with the regional network manager for this area. And he, at this stage, does not understand what is going wrong within Yaxham as regards sewage. We've got 4 sewage pumping stations overflowing with sewage when we get heavy rain. That is not good. And it certainly has not been reduced with the connection to Yaxham Waters. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Smith, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And to reply to Councillor Atwell, when the private pumping station was installed at Yaxham Waters, it was done with the full design requirements of Anglian Water. So it was designed to handle all sewage emanating from the site, and close cooperation, obviously, with Anglian Water. I think it's wrong for Councillor Martin to suggest that the sewage coming out from Yaxham Waters is causing any problems downstream, when it appears, from what he has said himself, that is the ingress of surface water into the drainage system, which has nothing to do with Yaxham Waters, because it's only foul sewage that's going into the pumping station. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atwell.
Thank you for indulging me again, Chairman. Be as it may, I'm still not comfortable, because it sounds to me like we've got conflicting stories from different elements of Anglian Water. I am not comfortable at the moment that I've got all the information. I can comfortably say and look the people in Yaxham in the eye and say, this sewage system is going to do what it does, what it says on the tin. That might not be anything to do with Yaxham Waters. What I would hope and would recommend today is that we defer this application, we get Anglian Water in, and I mean senior management at Anglian Water, and we ask them for further clarification on the system there. And it may also be we need to rattle a cage at County Hall as well, because the lead local flood authority, quite honestly, I think they're letting us down all over the county at the moment. So I really think there needs to be, before we commit to this, I think there needs to be some more work done. And I'm hoping somebody can recommend how we go about doing that. That will, be within the rules, shall we say?
Thank you, Rebecca, please.
Councillors, I would remind you of 2 points. One, you cannot use this development to assess the drainage framework across Yaxham. It can only be required to address the matters and the issues that it raises. And secondly, the point of planning conditions, members, is that they are used where there may be an unacceptable development to make that development acceptable. So the point of adding a condition in this instance, and this is your advice of your statutory consultees in this regard, is that we can deal with this matter through condition. So they understand that there's works that needs to be done. However, those matters can be suitably addressed by condition. That is the advice of your statutory consultees in this regard. That is your advice to the planning officers, and that's the basis that our recommendation have been made, that a condition can be applied to make this development acceptable, and therefore there wouldn't be a reason to defer this application at this point.
Councillor Atwell.
I think I'm correct in saying, Chairman, that the committee can insist to have further work done. You need to, the amount of conditions that you place on an application could be minimal. And what this committee needs to satisfy itself of is that we're not going to make the situation in Yaxham worse. And that's what I'm not comfortable with. And I appreciate this application cannot be expected to improve all the sewage network within, excuse my dog, wife's just come home. It can't be expected to improve the sewage network throughout Yaxham. What we need to be sure of that it's not going to make the situation worse. And I think that you can expect the applicant to carry out more work if need be, but I would like to hear from Anglian Water first. So I would still call for a deferment.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go to Mr. Horn, please, for any advice that he could give to the way forward for this, in the consideration that Councillor Atwell has put forward for a deferment, and I could seek a seconder for that. Mr.
Well,
Horn.
if the committee want to defer the matter, I don't know how close we are to actually having a statutory duty to decide this application. Probably very close, so it would need the consent of the applicant. But if you are thinking of refusing it, it's the same old chestnut that there is not evidence that there is a problem here. Your statutory consultees have formally confirmed otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Atwill, please.
I would just remind everybody that perception is 100% reality. And the reality of the matter is that Councillor Martin was wading through this with lots of residents in Yaxham over the Christmas and New Year period. So the reality is there is a problem in Yaxham. I'm not saying it is caused by this development, but I do think we need to be sure that we're not making the situation worse. I'm just asking for everybody to just pause, take a breath and look at this again. And hopefully we can do that relatively quickly. Thank you. That's it from me.
Okay, thank you. I believe the issue, all the issues have been sorted, and the fact that the site itself has not added to that. I understand that the intensification, your concern is intensification may do that. But Rebecca, please.
Yeah, just to say that obviously we had the initial response, which is in your officer report from Anglian Water. Chris has already set out that we've already sought further advice from Anglian Water. We have met with the LLFA on site. They've made a number of site visits. They've both made their recommendations in full view, and we've spoken to them of the current events in Yaxham, and their recommendation is to not object to this application subject to the conditions within the application. Therefore, I consider it be futile to go back and ask them again when we've already asked them on multiple occasions for their opinion.
Councillor Atwill.
Has that additional information from Anglian Water been made available to this committee?
Chris
Sorry,
has,
I didn't get all that.
Chris has provided you with a verbal update of the final comments of Anglian Water.
Yeah, if you give me a verbal update to say you've got more information from Anglian Water, well, I haven't seen it, and nobody else on the committee has seen it. So I'd like the opportunity to have a look at that, please.
Yeah, in terms of the update, it was an email from Anglian Water, Hannah Wilson, confirming that the drainage strategy for the proposals was acceptable.
Okay. Well, due diligence, I have to just ask, first of all, Councillor Atwill did put forward the need for a deferment. If I have a seconder for that, we could just get that out of the way. Do I have a seconder for deferment? I do, off Councillor Clark. Okay, I'm going to have to take that, please, and then we can, if it goes, we'll defer. If not, we will go to a conclusion. Julie, could you please do a roll call for the need for a deferment, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson.
Do not support the proposal
Of deferment.
of deferment.
Councillor Atwill.
For a deferment.
Councillor Bowes.
Against deferral.
Councillor Chapman Allen.
Given the information that's already come forward from Anglia Water, regrettably, I'm against the deferment.
Councillor Clark.
For deferment.
Councillor Crane.
Against deferment.
Councillor Gilbert.
Against deferment.
Councillor Kybird.
Against deferment.
And Councillor Martin.
Against deferment.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions before we go to a vote on this, please? Councillor Wilkinson.
Yeah, if you'll indulge me, Mr. Chairman, it's not a question really. It's trying to give a balanced argument on flooding. Right across my patch at Christmas, I had complaints and I had to get Anglian Flood Authority people out on Christmas Day. They had sewage overflows and This was caused by the excessive continuous rain we'd had running up to Christmas. And elderly people in the villages, 60-year people living in the villages for 60 years or more, have said they'd never experienced anything like it. So basically, I'm trying to say that the sewage system is probably adequate, but it's the excessive flood water that's hit the district right across Christmas.
Yep, that's okay. It's I think most ward members could voice something along that lines. I know that I had 20 or more in my village. Okay, so I'm going to move this item on. And I'm going to just ask, first of all, has everyone, all the members, listened and understood everything that's been said on this item, please? That's all members. Okay, thank you. So with relation to this one at Yaxham, 3PL 2020-1097, your officer's recommendation on this one is approval. Julie, could you take the roll call for approval, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson,
For approval.
Councillor Atterwill,
Against.
Councillor Bowes,
For.
Councillor Chapman Allen,
For.
Councillor Clark,
Against.
Councillor Crane,
For approval.
Councillor Gilbert,
Against.
Councillor Kybird,
For approval.
and Councillor Martin.
For approval.
6 for approval and 3 against, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. This item is approved. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen who have been here. Thank you. Members just could retain on, please. We've got some more bits to do before we finish. Thank you. All right, who have we got? We've got everyone in here. Thank you. Okay. Item 11 on our agenda today is applications determined by Executive Director of Place. There for your information. Item 12 is appeal summary, again there for your information. So